Real shit, bro. Shit. Hey, bro. Hey, my homeboys. Okay, bro.
Talking about the shooting. Talking about the mass shooting. Y'all want to be a part of it? Somebody about to run. Think about it. Just think about it. Cup of anybody drinking. Oh, that's that Frankie Bailey. Play guitar and verse on it.
You got street guitar, you got drum set.
So you know you can plug it up in the back.
I got play. It's like
You can play and you down there. You're gonna have to do like this.
Yeah, maybe like some scratch beats. I know how to use scratch beats.
Remind me to let you hear the actual version. First and foremost, I need just for you, Longo. I'll play Panthers theme. Okay, I'll just do it just for you. Shout out to Longo. He's one of my long time subscribers. I guess I got to play Panthers theme since I'm Colonel Panther, right? Shit do be fire. But do me a favor. Whoa! Tonight, we're going to smoke our cigars, we're going to drink our liquor, and we're going to hang with our niggas. Everybody put a glass of wine, shots, beer, whatever you want in the air. This is for Longo playing the Panther. Then we're going to get into today's topic. Somebody give me some fucking nunchucks. Yes, sir. The Baltimore blockbuster in this motherfucker. They call me the Baltimore Butcher. That sound like we about to roll. This song always sound like, I'm about to fuck some shit up. All up on a side note, no rapper ever remixed this shit. Start coming there with a best, man. And it's funny because all the anime and cartoon songs and stuff are played. That's a beat down. You selected the guitar, baby. Come on, break it down. That was for you, Alongo. Don't say I never did anything nice for you, man. Oh, man, who we got in the building? We got fellow Baltimorean. It's our protector, baby. Oh, man, we got the Macho Man. Oh, yeah, Longo Savage. We have Leon. We have Little Rock. I'm listening. Who else? Daryl Malarkey. That's funny. Son is hot raw. How you doing with my British fella? How you doing, Governor? We got Outlaw, which is funny because that's the last name of the first slave in my family who was emancipated. We got Namer. We got D. Scott. How you doing? Don't forget to share this with your people. All right. We have a mass shooting, but curiouser, it happened in my city of origin, Baltimore, Maryland. Everybody knows I'm the Baltimore Butcher, the Baltimore Blockbuster, the bad man from Baltimore, fingers. I'm also the guy of cops. I have two of my proteges, two of the nephews from another Patriots here, two people who work for my security firm. They're going to give you the young man, 19, 20-year-old perspective of how Baltimore is today. See, unlike a lot of fucking people, when they talk about, well, you don't understand the youth. Nigga, I have the youth around me all the time. Shut up. Now, I'm going to read to you what happened in Baltimore. I'm not proud of this shit. It irritates the fuck out of me. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm trying to watch the cursing. But you got to realize this. One, oh yeah, 30, both of you. Got to get you in shape for the state police barracks. Out loud. You don't say it out loud. You got to start at 0. And get them ready for the state barracks. Now you can probably hear them in the background. For those of you who don't know, in South Baltimore, in the Brooklyn area, we had at 12:30 a.m. a call for I'm gonna let you live because you should have went down a little lower. We had 30 people shot in a mass shooting in Baltimore at a block party. 2 dead, 4 in critical condition. Calls went out around 12:30 a.m. or for y'all military guys and police guys, 0030 when the shots rang out. I'm reporting from Channel 11 WBAL TV, and I'm going to read as follows. 2 people are dead after as many as 30 people shot in a mass shooting overnight in the Brooklyn area while investigators search for the shooter, Baltimore police stated. Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley, shout out to Acting Commissioner Worley. That was my first lieutenant when I came into the department. His first time as a lieutenant was my first time coming as an officer to the district of the Northern District. Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley said during a news conference shortly after 5 a.m. that officers received multiple calls just after 12:30 a.m. for a mass shooting in the 800 block of Greenwich Court, where there was a block party underway. Residents told News 11 there was a large gathering in the neighborhood before they heard what sounded like fireworks, which were later learned to were gunshots. Commissioner Worley stated the event was not permitted and police were unaware of it taking place until sometime Saturday. The victims, Commissioner Worley said, officers found an 18-year-old woman dead at the scene. 9 others were taken to hospitals, and as many as 20 others ranging from the ages of 13 to 32 arrived at hospitals across the region on their own. Worley stated 14 minors were among the injured. A 20-year-old man also died. 3 others were in critical condition. The University of Maryland Medical System said it received patients at shock trauma as well as other at the University of Maryland Medical Center Pediatric Emergency Department. Red Star reported receiving several patients at Harbor Hospital, some of which is right across the street from the Southern District Police Station, some of which stabilized and transferred to shock trauma centers. Some patients have been treated and released. Commissioner Worley said no suspects are in custody, but that investigators were receiving and reviewing videos taken to witnesses to try to identify at least 2 suspects. We do know more than one person was shooting. The commissioner said that in afternoon news conference, we don't know if they were targeted shootings or whether the shooting was indiscriminately up the street. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm not an expert, just in case anybody wants to hear me out. And if you're new to the channel, just to give a little bit of my background. I'm not claiming to be an expert, but I spent 10 years in the U.S. Army, 18 months in Iraq, part of the QRF tactical team, where we specialized in reconnaissance, search and rescue, direct action against insurgents, counterterrorism, humanitarian missions, and VIP security. I spent nearly 15 years with the Baltimore Police Department in the Northern District Patrol, where I've conducted investigations and arrests from everything from disorderly conduct up to homicide and robbery. So, and plus, I'm the current owner of a security firm and a firearms instructor of various firearms. So, if you want to hear about this, I might not be an expert, but you probably want to hear what I got to say. Shout out to another former law enforcement officer, my boy Josh, right there, the loose cannon. Woo! Everybody, do me a favor. Put a candle in the air, put a shot in the air for the 30 victims and the 2 dead for this stuff. We're going to drink and salute to them because if you're having a block party, even though you should, number one, get the permits to do so you can have the police to actually survey the area and keep a presence there, which could have and should have prevented the shooting. So put your glasses of beer, whatever you want in the air. Now that I've read the reports, it's time for everybody's favorite officer, the goddamn law, technically sergeant of the goddamn law, to go in. Colonel Faulkner is going to say this. Number one, the primary officer who's there is probably still working, most likely. For those of you who are not informed about police tactics and procedures, let me learn you something. Number one, for every victim, there is a report because you're going to have different injuries, different people. So yes, there's 30 reports. There's at least 2 reports that are homicide. The rest are going to be aggravated assault by shooting. You're going to need, thank you, Oliver Gray, for the super sticker. There's at least 30 officers because guess what? On shift, on a good day, you're getting 30 to 40 officers. And that's on a perfect everyday shift. That rarely ever happens. So 9 times out of 10, they're pulling officers from different districts. For example, when we had a police involved shooting, they asked for officers from all the 9 districts from Baltimore, which I'm pretty sure. Shout out to Aquatechy for the $10 holla cash app, which I'm pretty sure they pulled 30 officers from all around the entire city of Baltimore to follow each victim. Now, each one of those officers who are the secondary officers are going to go to the hospital to check on the health and wherewithal of each individual. Each officer is going to submit the clothing and property of each 30 persons, of the 30 people, unless they were already released. But 9 out of 10, they're going to go to these people's homes who were released and get the officers and get the clothes of the victims anyway. Now, I'm not sure what caliber was used. It had to be something with high capacity because that's a lot of rounds, and I'm pretty sure there was more than 30 rounds exhausted. Now, what we're going to go back into is the more of the procedural part. Anytime you have a victim who is in critical condition, even though they were not killed, it's still going to be under homicide. All the other ones are most likely going to go under shootings. But it's a good chance that homicide is probably going to get the bulk of this shit, along with shooting detectives from the Southern District. Now, like you're right, Aquatechy, you're from Baltimore just like me. To let you know how understaffed Baltimore police is, when I joined the Baltimore Police Department at September 18th, 2007, everybody remembers their EOD. So we were at 3,200 officers. which at the time made us the 14th or 20th largest city in America, but we had the 7th largest police department in America. We're, we're about 1,000, anywhere from 700 to 1,000 police understaffed. Sad, sad, sad. Now, when we look at this, I had a good conversation for an hour with one of my best friends, long-term best friends, been friends for almost 30 years, Aaron Neal. We had a discussion on, he wanted to get my expertise on what could have been done to prevent this catastrophe from occurring. The best I could have told him was this: if you're going to throw a block party, why are things like this, when it comes to security and safety, why do we look down upon security? Every time people want to contract my company for security, you get a lot of issues with people trying to lowball us. The question is this: how much would you pay to save your life? Here's the fact of the matter. Salute. Thank you. We, as people, and especially black people, do not like authority, which is an issue. We should have a line between the bad guys and the citizens. My son one time asked me this question: Daddy, what's the difference between the good guys and the bad guys? And I told him, son, it's very simple. The bad guys use human shields. The good guys are the shields. Thank you, Mr. Mayweather, for the Cash App support. We don't have enough people being the human shields for the city of Baltimore. And there's many multi-pronged reasons for this. Look at our culture. We have a culture of single motherism. Anybody who joins me goes under my teaching. Hell, we got two of the guys I certified. One of them I certified, a week, 2 weeks ago for CCW. Guess what? I'm a taskmaster, but I'm not going to let you fail. I'm going to teach you how to shoot. Can you say that's correct? Were you nervous?
I was at first.
You got rid of that shit quick when you were like, dude, I could handle this 45. 9 mil for qualification was easy, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have enough fathers in the home, because one thing you learn statistically, when you have fathers in a neighborhood, crime goes significantly down because discipline is instilled within the children. Another factor: when you hear the terms, can a mother raise a boy to be a man, I will laugh at you and tell you you're foolish. Why are you foolish? It's because I would ask your mother, how much experience does she have in being a man? Because we all know, when you look up crime stats, majority of your crimes are committed by young men from the ages of 15 to 23, maybe even seeping to 25. And that's also an issue, because that's the demographics where you're not giving these young men and young boys the ability to go to college and or work. And you hit the nail on the head, T. Riddler. Why wasn't places like Black Lion Security notified or hired to do private security? I'm pretty sure if you see my 5'10", 280-pound ass, with a fucking gun on my fucking hip, with a drop holster on, and a rifle in my hand, I'm pretty doubtful that somebody would have shot up your event. And just in case somebody wants to, have an axe to grind, they won't grind it for very long when they see the 5.56 or 300 blackout inside their fucking body. We got 41 people watching right now. Please share this to your loved ones. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. You can't blame the police because, one, the police were not even notified till late, till they actually probably came on shift and noticed there's a damn block party here. One of the biggest issues we have in the black community is that we don't work well with our law enforcement. And yes, I'm a historian by trade, and I understand the history of black people and the police. This is one of the reasons why for 8 straight years I've been telling you, if you have a problem with the police, become the police. But I'm sorry, black people don't like that because then you have to actually utilize brain cells and work to do it. Another issue that we have is the fact that, like we have in issues in Chicago and other cities, it's highly democratic. You have so many of these democratic strongholds where they have the toughest gun laws. They have all these laws on the books, but they forgot the number one thing about a law. A criminal doesn't give a damn about the law. That's why they're a criminal by default. You're right, Aquateki. The mere presence of security is one of the greatest deterrents to antisocial behavior. Here's another point that I'm going to get to. When you notice that there's a crime being committed or a crime wave, Baltimore is one of the cities that literally invented stop snitching. Nobody wants to snitch until it's their goddamn family. You literally heard me read the news report, 13 to 32. What the fuck did a 13-year-old do that deserves for them to get shot? Anybody? But yet, we want magic to happen for the police department to solve a crime when you didn't even involve the police in your safety and well-being in the first place. I've said it for years. Anywhere you see single motherhood rampant, you're going to see crime, despair, destruction, and death. Do I believe in mentorship? Yes, I do. But not in the way that Umar Johnson stated. Because if you want the black man to come back and mentor these kids, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to adopt that kid so I can put that motherfucker on my taxes and I can benefit from that child. I'll be damned, the single mother's going to reap the benefits of a kid that you already poisoned. Do you think about when you get your tax money, do you break off any of the money to the man mentoring them? No, you don't. Because you don't want mentors. You don't want men of any type of fucking prestige power. Because if you really want change, You would want men to run the community. But here's another problem that we have. Too many goddamn women got their fingers in the pot. Every time you deny a young black man a job, internship, college, trade, what you're doing is forcing him into a life of criminality. Hey, Marcus, you just said what the fuck I'm talking about. Baltimore's beyond security. It needs martial law. I'm going to tell you this one. Right now, I had a few sips in me. I'm with the shits today. If you got something to say, don't say it in the chat. Say it live and in living color. Because I'll be damned you tell me what the fuck my city needs. Because number one, if you talking like greasy like that, nigga, you better be from the city of Baltimore. I ain't talking no fucking Security Boulevard or no fucking Liberty Road or no Milford Mill type motherfuckers. You better be fucking from Baltimore if you're going to tell me what the fuck I need to say about my motherfucking city that I've been living in for 41 fucking years, nigga. I hate to go total Baltimore. The fuck you geeking for, dummy?
What you talking about? What wrong with this dumbass, man? Fuck him getting boy.
Don't ever tell me what the fuck my city needs when I policed the bitch for nearly 2 decades.
Fuck you keep it for, man. Give it. Fuck wrong with your dumbass.
Because first and foremost, I'm one of the motherfuckers who gave sweat, blood, and tears protecting this son of a bitch. So if anybody can speak about it, it's damn sure gonna be me. The fuck you mean? Shout out to LAPD SWAT. 1. As long as there's as long as there are 2 people on this earth, there will be war. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. Peace through strength. United States Air Force, Cold War. Whoa! Shout out to you, one of the faithful. See, first and foremost, we had a classical incident of a motherfucker speaking about shit that he has no knowledge about. I have a long list of instructors and teachers to say, you shut the fuck up unless you're going to bring something to the table to fix the problem. And as my father would say, shut the fuck up when grown folks are talking. And mind your motherfucking manners, little nigga.
I ain't seen no comment back up. I ain't seen nothing after that.
In that way, 20 years, nothing changed. What the fuck you doing to change it? You got all the fucking answers. What the fuck you gonna do to change it? Are you joining a law enforcement agency in the city of Baltimore? Are you mentoring? Are you going to join a security firm to protect another event in Baltimore? What the fuck you going to say? See, right now, we have an issue of the chicken versus the pig. The chicken gives a part of itself, but the pig got skin in the goddamn game. But yet, I can bring 19, 20, 22-year-olds to tell you what Baltimore is all about. Where's your proof, nigga? As professional as I'm trying to be, don't take me out my goddamn character. Especially when you're the type of Negro who would go fucking donate hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to a bunch of females channels who are gonna fucking give in. This female is so deep, and she's only telling you first world, first level shit. I'm all in for martial law. Fingers. What the fuck is martial law gonna do for criminality? What the fuck is martial law gonna do for citizens who didn't commit crimes. Believe it or not, statistically, most people don't commit crimes. I want nobody but motherfucking Marcus on this link. You got 5 minutes to get up here, or I'm going to tell all my moderators to bang your ass from my channel. Clock ticking. Tell me what the fuck I know about my motherfucking city. Tell me what the fuck I know. For all my Baltimoreans, let me point out every fucking street that I've lived on. Orleans Street, Patterson Park, Ward Court, which is the back of Eager Street, 2 different blocks, Montford Avenue, Lafayette. The list goes on and on. Tell me what the fuck I need to do with my city. Fingers. And you better have a law enforcement background before you speak to me about what the fuck a city needs to fucking say and do. So tell me, what's your expertise in law enforcement? What's your crime fighting strategy? Because martial law sounds a little lazy to me, nigga. So I'm gonna have the hardworking man under lock and key under martial law when he didn't even do shit. Martial law, if we even invoke martial law, you be the first nigga to complain about it. What's the time on this nigga, man? I'm waiting for you, Marcus. Marcus. I'm not wearing any panties, Marcus. Come on, Marcus. It's from the movie Boomerang before y'all time. Number one, I want to hear what the fuck you got to say. Tell me about my motherfucking city, please. You don't hear me telling people what they need to do in New York. Shout out to my boy Rob Marsh. He's an NYPD cop. I got nothing but a lot of the people in my chat are former service members and current or former cops. No. I told you. You got 3 minutes now, nigga. Get the fuck on the panel. See, I come from the generation, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. Y'all might as well get cups because I'm on one today.
Damn, boy. You be alright.
You be alright.
You alright. Exactly.
Everybody put a shot glass in the air. Step up. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm from a Baltimore neighborhood called Fresh Off a Nigga's Ass. And right now, I'm feeling a little homesick. It's been a while since I embarrassed a nigga live. Come on up so I can make some money off embarrassing your ass. It's beyond saving. See, niggas like you, even if you are, see, here's the faulty issue that I have. Everybody put your glasses of beer, liquor, wine in the chat. This is Sunday Fun Day, fellas. Who the fuck is the shit? Right now, I'm not chasing my liquor. I don't even chase a bitch. Cheers, salute. Where are you, Marcus?
He don't want to smoke, coach. He don't want it.
See, when you actually had a city during, thank you, Aquateki, I remember when the city was under curfew during the Freddie Gray riots. Never experienced anything like that before.
Man, what? During the curfew, I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to be outside.
But you couldn't even go outside.
Every corner I hit, there's 5 boys right there, National Guard coming down the street. You can't do nothing.
Wait a minute. Let them know what your name is. Let them know how old you are. And tell them what you experienced on the Freddie Gray riots.
All right, so first of all, my name's Tay. People call me Mello. That's what I'm more known as. I'm 19 years old. As Mr. Faulkner explained earlier, he's the one that certified me for my CCW. Mind you, I had very little experience with firearms before I even met him. Came in, had me do my qualifier test. I actually passed with what was it, 45? 45 out of 50, 90%. And that's just out of like 2 days of classes, basic training, basic safety, everything, right? But back to the topic, during the Freddie Gray riots, they had a curfew. Everybody had to be in the house, especially like under 18, had to be in the house by 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. If you even try to go outside, every time you hit the main street, you have 5 boys right here on one end, and you have a National Guard coming down in an armored truck. You're like every 30 minutes. The second they catch you, they're going to ask you questions. Why are you outside? What are you doing? You don't care what you got going on, what emergency you got. Go the fuck back in the house. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no argument. So it's like, for somebody to come in here, first of all, whoever he was talking to, I want to know if you're from the city. If you're from Baltimore, or you even from Maryland. That's number one. You know what I mean? Because if you was around back during the Freddie Gray riots, you would understand fully, like, it's not shit you can do. Like, if you actually sit there and experience what's going on, then not even the fact of the Freddie Gray riot. If you just experience everyday life here, like, it's just so unpredictable. You're not safe even if you get out your car. Like, I got a story probably, 5 years ago. I'm in my little apartment building right off the Alameda, right across the street from the shopping center. 2 guys arguing in front of my house. He said something about one guy messing with his sister. The dude knocked the guy clean out, 1 punch. He was done. The next day, I'm in the gas station getting candy. 2 dudes walk in masked up. The guy that got knocked out, that knocked the one man out, he's sitting there paying for his stuff. Next thing you know, his brains are all over the counter. No one, mind you, this is broad daylight. Around like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, you gotta really think about it, bro. Like, no amount of law is gonna change anything unless it's being enforced. Cause like he said earlier, like Mr. Faulkner said earlier, a criminal don't give a fuck. They don't. You can make as many gun laws as you want. First of all, you can 3D print guns. It's called a ghost gun. Like, let's touch your knowledge on that. Do you know what a ghost gun is? You know what I mean? Like, they do not give a fuck about your law. If they're gonna break it, they're gonna break it.
They're not criminals for no reason.
Real shit.
They're
Like,
not saying loud.
No
They're
reason.
not criminals for no apparent reason.
Exactly, right.
It may be improper English, but we're going Baltimore, and since this nigga told me about Baltimore, they're not criminals for any other reason but being criminals.
And it's like,
what's the one thing I told you about the 2 types of evil people? There are people who are evil for a reason, and there are people who are evil for no reason at all.
They got my man adding them in the comment.
Come on.
Clock ticking.
Click. We got 2 minutes left, nigga. This your shining time. It's been 8 years. Haven't lost the debate yet. Come on, you might be the first one. I doubt it. I'm going to treat you like I treated niggas when I was wrestling in tournaments. You came to Mount Zion to hold summit with God. Your ass need to come correct. Ask my boy Josh. He was with me when the Freddie Gray riots hit off. He'll tell you. When we were cops, How many bottles did you get thrown at you with fucking either gasoline or piss in it?
Ew. Piss is OD. That's a little dirty.
Shit, wait till it's gasoline and you got a motherfucker with a fucking torch trying to light you on fire.
Dirty ass Molotov cocktails.
Once again, tell me what the fuck I don't know. Rob Marsh, tell them your background, man. He said Baltimore's like the Bronx, Brownsville times 10.
That's OD, bro. That's like shitting on a car like that bitch on fire.
Our mayor didn't want the National Guard, but we needed it. You're damn right. So until you can tell me two things, I've been through a war zone and I've been through a riot. I even had people I trained in policing who were there at the Capitol building during January 6th. I was getting more information than the fucking news live. In the words of Black Dynamite, shut the fuck up when grown folks are talking. Man, fuck all that. You got a minute left.
He ain't going to join.
Of course he's not going to come. That's what cowards are. Cowards die 1,000 deaths. Heroes die only one. And Josh said it sure was. See, here's the fact of the matter, right? I was on top of roofs in Baltimore looking out for fucking riders. I had a buddy of mine who came over to the house to have a few drinks and cigars. Not only was he involved in the Freddie Gray riots, he was also involved in January 6th at the Capitol. Shut the fuck up when you talk about my police people. My brothers and sisters in blue, you need to give them fucking respect. They're not getting paid enough for this shit. And now a lousy troll wants to interrupt a great conversation. How many young men did you put on with your security firm? I'll wait. But you the nigga who gonna complain about why don't these young niggas get jobs? I'll wait. But you the same type of person who says we should have martial law. Nigga, you probably the same type of nigga. If this was during the time of slavery, you'd be snitching on us. Bitch ass nigga.
I know who did it, Master. I know who did it, Master.
Master.
It was that nigga right there.
Master, I ain't no snitch. But you know the nigga was going northwest by the lake. And then you know he was going by the tree. You know what? That nigga, if the Underground Railroad was actually a train, that nigga would be doing U-turns. All aboard! Back to Master's house.
Uncle Ruckus ass nigga.
Yo.
All aboard! Not the Freedom. Last stop. Back your black ass on the fields. Shout out to Troll Bentley. Master, I heard they were planning on running.
Oh, shit.
We sick. You sick, boss? We sick, boss.
Oh, shit.
Rob Moss said, we didn't get that type of hype till my squad helped and saved the 88th precinct in Fort Greene from getting firebombed and run over by Antifa. Shout out to y'all. Because the similar shit happened to us. And ask my boy Josh if I'm lying. Josh even said, I remember having bricks and Molotovs thrown at me. But you wonder why we have a philosophy of lawlessness and culture of it. But yet, a fucking coward is going to tell me about my fucking city. Do me a favor. Everybody on this chat with a fucking wrench, block him 10 times each, please.
Damn.
I want you to block this motherfucker till a year comes back. See, Rob said, had to monitor social media to divert Antifa and RBG activities during the riots. See, you just insulted a lot of people in my stream who had to deal with a lot of heavy shit. Two people you will not insult: my military personnel / veterans and my police and former police. Because you don't know what the fuck we had to deal with. You wonder why we have such criminality in Baltimore and cities like it? Whew! It's because of people like you. Thank you, Aquateki. Mayor at the time, Stephanie Rollins Blake, made the biggest mistake of her career and committed career suicide by saying, we're going to give them enough space to destroy. Shout out to Mr. Johnson for the Cash App. So you telling me when she came on national TV, and said, we'll give them enough space to destroy, how the fuck can you prosecute them if the mayor okayed destruction to your own city? How the fuck can you do that? That's like the president of the United States during 9/11 say, okay, fly another plane, nigga. Where the fuck did they? Last time I checked, you can say what the fuck you want about early millennials, but we spent 20 years fighting terrorism, nigga. Shout out to LAPD SWAT again. Dude reminds me of the coward in Saving Private Ryan. 2 steps to the right by the German soldier.
Can't even defend himself. One of them people that would be like, oh, defund the police station.
Look what Rob said. Had 40 bottles thrown of LGPJs, but come to find out it was white Antifa sparking violence. How the fuck? Think about it. There's only 2 reasons you come to a black community back in the day when I was growing up. Was either 1, to start some bullshit, or 2, to buy drugs. Tell me some shit that I haven't lived in 41 years. I have a lot of police and military. If I was faking the funk, they would have called me out years ago. I was during the time when niggas were selling scrambled coke and smack. So you're telling me that martial law is going to save the black community? Bullshit. Bullshit. You know what happens when you're under martial law and you get curfews 7, 8, 9 o'clock? You commit all your fucking murders and crime in the daytime. That's what happened. Before the riots, we got Baltimore down from what? 320 murders a year to under 170 or about 170. That's because we had damn good officers working day and night who worked honorably. At least the 97% of us did. Shout out to Saul T. Balls. That is the most classical name I ever heard. Thine harlot have written the seat of power as that of a succubus. Thine disciples of this she-heathen pay homage to her in effigy with fire in chaos.
He did as they say it like that.
He actually written it like that.
Oh, what the fuck?
He does that because he know I'm going to read it like that. Shout out to you for the $20 hour. And see, I'm going to tell you something that I experienced when I warned motherfuckers years before Freddie Gray. I said, there's a new level of criminal out, and they're coming with AK-47s and not one fuck to give. Why don't we have M4s in our cars? Why don't we have shotguns? I actually experienced when I was with BPD when they took shotguns out of our fucking cars. Shout out to Salty Bowles. He said, salute Charles Faulkner Jr. You're the only one who reads them as they're written. Shout out to Passport OG. Never tired of hearing experts. Thank you, bro. Yes, Boiling Blood, 300. We were averaging almost one time. The record is damn near almost a murder a day. Think about it. In 1 year, we went from that to about 170. Kicking ass of criminals. We kicked so much ass that year that the Justice League and the Avengers was like, God damn, we need these niggas. Shout out to BGS, the master teacher. He said tuition. This is church and we learned it today, brother. Woo! See, you got to understand something, right? And I got to tell you the same thing I had to tell, because for a lot of you who are in the DMV area or who has the time off, please come to BlurCon where you can meet me and we can have not a meet and greet, but a meet and drink. And don't forget to put the cognac and cigar fund in the Cash App, please. Cigar fund and cognac fund in the Cash App. Even Macho Pichu, my cat, is pissed off what you said, nigga. Shout out to my brother in blue, Rob Moss. He said, whoo, boy, they don't even know. Do you know what police had to go through since Mike Brown to Freddie Gray? The hell we caught. Do you know the hell police caught from that fucking distance?
Especially when she's been sitting there. I know I am. Just one time. It's gonna come out.
Now, we're going to have to tell you, last time I checked, one of the biggest things that actually averts crime is education. The more educated you have of a populace, is the less likely they're going to commit crimes. Because if you're smart enough to think of a job, you don't have to commit a crime. Morgan State, boy. Woo! Go Bears. Even though I went to Coppin, but part of my studies were in Morgan State because it was part of their ROTC program. So some of my classes were there. And shout out to Morgan State because that's where I spent 3 to 4 years at Upward Bound. Damn, them bitches were bad. Woo!
Still
Wait a minute, we got to redo it. Damn, them bitches were bad. Now say it with your chest.
Still
Yeah, you goddamn right.
Bad as a motherfucker.
But yet,
Ain't shit, though.
why would you, and man, they so bad that they make medicine sick. God damn, them bitches are bad. Why would you bomb a city like Baltimore when ignorant motherfuckers don't understand? You have Morgan State, historically black college, Coppin State, historically black college, University of Baltimore, University of Maryland, dentistry and medical, Loyola, Johns Hopkins University, Villa Julie, BCCC. What's the other colleges?
You said Maryland State, right?
He said Maryland State.
Shit, we got so many colleges here, man. I mean, one of the best law colleges you could go to is University of Baltimore. One of the best engineering schools is Morgan State. One of the best nursing schools is Coppin State. University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins University. Bowie is in Bowie, Maryland, but we claim them too. You got the MEAC. I mean, why would you bomb someplace when you got so many fucking colleges that a lot of your kids come here? Thank you. Maryland Institute College of Art. Towson. Thank you, Rob Marsh. University of Maryland, College Park. Even though it's on the southern side, but we claim it. How? UMBC. We even claim fucking a couple of colleges out there. The Terps. When the Terps won the fucking NCAA, niggas in Baltimore were rocking with them. But you want to bomb this place? Why? When majority of a lot of your black kids come here for education, you idiot. Just to let you know, Morgan's fucking engineering program was so badass that white students had to come here to learn their shit. Dumb motherfucker. How many young black boys are even given opportunities when all you get? Remember, I'm only 41. I'm not far removed. When I was told you need experience, and you know what my smart ass said? Well, motherfucker, hire me so I can get it. How the fuck am I supposed to get experience when you don't hire me? Nigga pissed me off so bad I got ashes in my cup. Oh yeah, by the way, a little history moment. If it wasn't for Baltimore, you niggas be speaking with an English accent, motherfucker. Fort McHenry, anybody? I swear to God, dumb motherfucker's gonna make the Lake Clifton Eastern come out of my ass. You don't want to see that, nigga. You don't want to see that motherfucker. But yet, when we have mentorship programs and we have things like My Brother's Keeper, which is supposed to galvanize young black men, who are the first fucking people to be against it? Black female feminists and white men. If you so fucking patriotic, Baltimore is probably more patriotic than DC. We defended this motherfucking country and said, nigga, try me. When the British tried to come to the harbor and they came to Fort McHenry, we discovered a new form of math that said the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. We came up with the fucking institution of foot in ass you. Who is he talking about? Dude is a bit delusional. He need to take his meds. Is that me or the dude Marcus? Shout out to Clayton Bisbee. Come over here to hear your professional opinion on that bullshit ran into this mess. He's part of the reason I pulled Clayton Bisbee out. We need more black men out there. Shout out. You know, see, here's the problem. You got too many cowards not willing to be in positions of power and protection. You can't complain about the system till you're willing to go in the system and to change it. If you get enough people in your police departments and military, if I got 1 million police officers around the country and in the military, you have a voting bloc that can stand against anybody. Because when you can literally say to people, we don't give reparations, we're not manning the troops. The country listens. The reason why you don't give reparations like everyone else is because you have nothing the system needs to function properly. Because most of the politicians either are LGBT or their children are. That's why they get what they want.
Man, I'm not.
Please, Mike Cox, tell me who you're talking about delusion. Because trust me, there's nothing about what I'm saying delusional because I'm actually pissed. I'm actually pissed. You're trying to figure out why I'm angry. Motherfucker, I'm angry because I had to witness in my city 30 motherfuckers get shot indiscriminately and 2 died and 4 in intensive fucking care. That's why the fuck I'm pissed. If that doesn't make you piss the fuck off, what type of fucking humanity do you have? You want to tell me why I'm pissed?
That's discrimination.
Motherfucker, I have a right to be pissed. Do I need to take my meds? Fuck the meds. What you need to do is come on the fucking chat and say your piece. But if you're going to be another coward, motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
I ain't really. I kind of want to see a debate. Please come on the chat. I just want.
Cowards don't debate.
Let's hope you're not a coward. Or she.
Of course, Rob, we have no fucking nation to back us. As a matter of fact, to let you know, the pro-black movement started in America. The Pan-African movement started in America. Why he's so angry? Shut up, bitch.
Amen. Are you not going to join?
Ain't that a normal weekend? No, the fuck it's not a normal weekend, you fucking idiot.
Not in Baltimore, at least.
Not anywhere. Where the fuck do you have 30 people shot? Iraq? Afghanistan?
Pretty much.
You fucking idiot. Show me statistics where a normal weekend 30 people get shot anywhere in America. Go ahead, embarrass yourself, you idiot.
The only time it's consistent.
Motherfucker got strip yakami for brains and shit over here. Another troll. Man, fuck this. I'm not giving no time limits. That motherfucker don't click in 30 seconds. Zero policy on trolls. Weapons free, fellas. Weapons free. 30 seconds. I ain't doing no 5 minutes. You're telling me if these people would have hired a security firm like Blackline Security, where we're trained in both rifle, pistol, and shotguns, do you think a mass shooting would have occurred? What would have happened was that motherfucker would have died of high velocity lead poisoning. And gladly. I'm going to tell you what one of my law professors told me in the police academy. Sometimes the most democratic thing you can do against evil is to put a well-placed bullet in the forehead of evil. But see, all the people who follow me understand that on multiple fronts in different countries, I faced evil. When you want to talk about some shit, that you have nothing intelligent to say, come back, motherfucker. You goddamn right this pissed me off. In my city, if Batman was a real motherfucker, would you go tell him if crime happened in Gotham, he wouldn't be pissed? If this happened in a white community, yes, you're right, outlaw. If this was a normal weekend, it would have triggered a national fucking emergency. It's funny, right? When everybody else had an active shooter and I reported on it, my heart went out to those cities, those colleges, and those schools. But because it happens in Baltimore, you got some negative shit to say, you piece of shit. That's why all men are not created equal. You telling me people can't come together for a cookout or a block party and they got to worry about motherfuckers airing it out? You heartless coward. Oh, where the fuck you from? But don't worry, you're probably not speaking anymore because my moderators dealt with you. Cheers. This ain't no white boy incident. This ain't no white boy incident shit. This is black people. Baltimore's roughly 70% black. Thank you, outlaw. I'm pissed for y'all. You don't even understand. Some of my family's from South Baltimore. My sister grew up in Cherry Hill. Both my parents are from fucking Westport. The fuck? But yet, when I sat down and said, you need to focus on getting education and employment for young black men to curb the crime of fucking violence, I was laughed at. But now, look who's fucking pissed. Look who's laughing, and I'm not even fucking laughing. But you the same motherfuckers going out there, oh, well, Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't be fucking tried type niggas. You probably one of them motherfuckers who defend the chick in Chicago who was running her mouth. Weren't you? Instead of you want to argue down a motherfucker who's insane and a notified woman beater, and you telling her, I need meds. What you need is to eat a dick. That's what you need. Eat the fucking 13-inch crooked dick. That's what you need. But you don't feel sorry for them 30 people who have lead in their fucking body. You don't feel sorry for the 2 people that died and the 4 people that are in intensive care right now. You don't care if they have fucking issues with an infection, do you? But I need meds. Nigga, you need a fucking soul. That's what you need. You need a fucking soul, you idiot. If this doesn't piss you off about the black community, I don't know what will. I remember a day and time when the black community would never suffer with this level of violence. You wonder why I'm pissed. Simp ass motherfuckers. Here it is. I've championed for years for young black boys to get the education and the opportunities they need to be successful. I championed for years for young black men to be given opportunities because I was in their fucking shoes. No matter how proper I spoke, no matter how well dressed I was, my black skin was the evidence of people. I had to be twice as good to get it, 3 times good to keep it, and 4 times to even be acknowledged. And you wonder why I'm pissed. Nigga, please. Angry Black Man, what's up? He said, "Hey Charles, they said all we had to do is to mentor these sociopaths." See, the part that I say is mentor them before they become sociopaths. As soon as black men want to get back to their role as being leaders of the community, it's niggas like Mike Cox and Marcus and the fucking feminists who stop us. What about the girls? Are the girls committing the crime? What about that? Statistically, it's from the age of 15 to about what, 23? If you don't give the boys the education, the opportunity, and to see black men who are successful, there's a heightened possibility that they will fall in line of criminality. How fucking simple can I put it? How simple can I put it? You could have hired young black men who are qualified by a qualified firearms instructor, military personnel, police officers, or other law enforcement who are mentoring, something that I'm doing even to this day, to keep you and your community safe. But here's the problem, folks. There's some people who love the chaotic nature of things staying the status quo. I'm going to say it again. There are some people who like the status quo. Man, where my boy Rob, and where's Josh? If anybody want to join the talk right now, come on up. Go on up. Anybody who want to join the conversation, come up. If BGS is still here, we'll definitely like your point on this. Charles Irby said, "My 16-year-old son just took the SAT, scored a 1300. My 19-year-old daughter studying engineering at Virginia State. Education starts young, taking my kids to the library every Saturday." Facts. Once again, shout out to LAPD SWAT. We are fighting a 2-front or 3-front battle for survival. Remember General Zod's speech in Man of Steel. I keep telling y'all niggas, Man of Steel is a fucking classic. You can learn. Man of Steel was actually the story of black men. Y'all don't get it? Mello, do you get it?
I gotta think about how the movie went.
You didn't see Man of Steel?
Oh, I seen it. I just gotta remember it. I haven't seen it in
You're,
like
you're
years.
about as big as a geek as I am. Trust me. Go look at Man of Steel tonight, and trust me, Clark Kent was really the story of young black men trying to fit in a world that's not theirs.
Alright, yeah, I got it. An alien trying to fit into a place he's unfamiliar with.
He doesn't fit
anywhere.
He wasn't raised on Krypton, but biologically he's Kryptonian. But mentally, he's what?
Earthling.
He's an Earthling. Superman's the guy. He would rather have a beer and sit on the porch with his boys with a cigar.
Rather than be Captain Save-A-Hole.
Yeah, he saves people because he doesn't do it because he does it because he feels as though it's his duty that was instilled by his parents. Remember when I tell you and Rob and even my son, there's a certain duty you have to be instilled with if you want to be in this profession? That's the same shit with Superman. It's a duty. Even Lois and Clark, the New Adventures of Superman, Dean Cain, who played a brilliant Superman, said it best. Superman is what I do. Clark is who I am. I am not my job if you want to get to know me. And that's the problem with black men in America. We're not human beings, we're human doings. You're not respected till you're doing something. Think about it. How many girls ignored you till you got your license and a nice car? How many girls didn't pay you any mind when you had to catch the bus with them?
You want my honest answer or you want a good answer?
Do you want my answer?
I mean,
I'm in the lucky group that, girls found me physically attractive.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but here's the problem. If you were just an average guy who did not have the physical attractiveness of what girls want,
oh yeah, shitball.
You're shitball.
Can't do nothing about that.
You can't do nothing. You had to earn your way. You had to earn your keep. Even then, you can look the part, but you also got to speak the part. Shout out to LAPD SWAT. And Zod was true hero and a nationalist. You're right about that. Josh, come on, speak to these people, man. Speak to them. Matter of fact,
what's up?
we're going pro-black. We're gonna do the T'Challa background, man. We're gonna do the T'Challa just for my man Josh, right there. Look at T'Challa in the background.
That's right. Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Negro forever. So, Josh, tell a little bit of people about your background, man, when it comes to law enforcement.
All right. Well, I worked for the Baltimore City Police Department for like 7 years. I was in. I started off doing field training in the Northern. That's the way I met Charles at. And then after I finished doing my field training, I got booted out and sent to the Central District, where I spent like my first year and a half or whatever there. And then I transferred back to the Northern District after my brother became a lieutenant and was already at the district working. He was running. My older brother was running midnight shift, and Charles was working for him. And I ended up coming working swing shift, which is like the day work, night work, rotating shift. But when the riots popped off, I was in the Central District, but me and Charles, we were still close. Like even though we wasn't in the same district, I did see him when riots happened. But yeah, Charles ain't bullshitting. And I'm from the Bronx, and I'm saying this shit. I've been in Maryland I was in the Bronx for about 15 years. I've been on here for about 15 years. Let me tell you something. These cities ain't no fucking joke, especially Baltimore. Ain't no fucking joke. The culture is different here. If you in any other city and you think, oh well, yeah, ain't shit up there. Let me tell you something. Being a New York nigga being out here, yeah, it's the Wild West.
Yeah, and Rob, if you're free to come up, please come up because I like to give your expertise on this event too. See, the problem is, I've been doing this live streaming thing for about 2-3 years now. And my motto, cowards need not apply. These guys are telling us what Baltimore needs. See, Baltimore needs is intact families again.
Yeah.
You need jobs for the young men again. Even the most stringent drug dealer had to fucking square up at some point. Hey, BGS, if you're still here, please come up too. So, what? Do you understand why I'm angry right now? Shout out to Lewis Collier. Do you understand why I'm angry? And you know you're an honorary Baltimorean yourself. Do you understand why I'm pissed about this shit? You still there, Josh?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm still here, bro. But yeah, no, I totally understand why you pissed about it. Shit, nigga, I'm pissed about it because, and the first thing that came to my mind when I heard about the shooting this morning was like, I was like, damn, I was like, yo, this is I always say when shit like this happens, I'm like, this is why the department needs to focus on getting more people to come and work there. Like
Click the link,
all
bro.
the
The link. Click the
all
link.
the shit that oh my bad. All the shit that we be talking about with like internal affairs and all the internal issues, bro, it starts with that too. Like as well as I mean, it also starts with what you said, with bringing the families back together, but it also starts with the internal draining of the swamp in these police departments because they run these places to the fucking ground. Nobody wants to come and work and be a police officer because you're not letting them do their job anymore. And it leads to shit like this happening. And it's unfortunate. So many innocent people lost their fucking lives for what? For nothing. Because somebody wanted clout. Somebody wanted to say, hey, I shot 30 fucking people. I missed the big stuff. You know what I'm saying?
For what? That doesn't give you no clout. If you
That's
really
some
want,
bitch shit if you ask me.
if you really want to be a tough guy, this is tough. Work a 9 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Do an honest day's work. If
And
you
pay
want
a fucking
to
bill.
comic books, be about your shit. Pay a bill. Take care of family.
Bills hurt.
That's right. He
Bills
said bills
don't
hurt.
hurt,
Yeah,
they
they damn sure
wound.
do.
Bills don't hurt, they wound you.
Uh-huh.
Have you been between I gotta pay $100 bill and I only got $25?
Been in that situation. Been in a situation where I had to pay $4.50 and I only got $5.
Exactly. And you gotta finagle
quick.
how to make sure your family stays afloat.
Exactly. Shit, you already know my situation. I had to bought a fucking lemon from CarMax. The fucking thing needed a whole new engine, but they wanted me to pay almost $600 for a fucking a car payment. Nigga, they are GameStop on wheels. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm still have to keep my fucking bills paid. I still gotta finish school and all this other shit. You know what I'm
You know what I would have told CarMax? Suck my dick like Tiana Trump.
Yeah, because they gave me no apology, no nothing. They excuse me, I'm smoking. The manager gonna come and bring me the
You spoken.
you stupid. The manager comes and brings me the steering wheel cover, right? He's like, yeah. Was there anything else you needed? I was like, yeah, I need my seats. My like the seat covers that I bought from fucking Temu for $50, and I need my transponder for fucking for the Easy Pass. Like, I didn't just buy one thing, bitch. Did you look in the car? Did you see that the seats come off, motherfucker?
Damn.
Exactly. And see, shout out to acting commissioner, Rich Worley. He was my lieutenant when I first came to the North.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like him. He's a
good guy. But unfortunately, he unfortunately inherited a fucking disaster.
Yeah, no fault of his own. It was not his fault. I blame the current mayor and not for that, not for the situation last night. I don't want anybody to think that. But I'm saying for the reason why Baltimore City is just like the police department in the city is just so bad. I blame the current mayor and the former commissioner Michael Harrison because I knew about him before he came to BPD. When my aunt died a couple of years ago, I had to go to a funeral, so I took a trip to New Orleans, and that's where he had so happened to be the commissioner at that time. And me and my brother, we had took a couple of Ubers or whatever while we was down there, and we noticed a whole bunch of police were working Uber, and we were trying to like understand why. So we was asking, and it was like that they don't get overtime or anything like that. Their checks get fucked up, and basically they get treated like second class citizens. So when I found out he was coming to Baltimore City, it was the beginning of the end for me and my tenure at that department. I already knew we were fucked.
Exactly.
And that man fucked that place up, and he got his fat ass the fuck up out of there.
Because really, a lot of what you blame is not on Rich Worley. Because Rich Worley, I will personally say on the air, Rich Worley is one of the white shirts. Because if you're a lieutenant and above, you wear a white shirt.
Yeah.
Rich Worley got me out some shit and said, "Look, if you're gonna blame him, there's a lot of people you need to blame because number one, erasers had pencils. He didn't do anything unjust. Give him like look, he looks out. He loves his troops, he loves his cops. But you inherit a fucking disaster from a bastard who's not even from the ranks to be commissioner. And I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. Your best commissioners are usually people who come from the ranks. Okay? Just like the military. If you got a guy who came in enlisted and become an officer, that's probably going to be your best officer because he knows how both sides of the fucking field are. Hey Rob, come back in and come back out. That's one of my NYPD brothers in blue. Go
And
come
NYPD,
on.
I know they got issues within itself, man. I commend NYPD and anybody that's any good officer working for BPD, man, because it's a very tough job. You and I both know that.
The one thing I respect about NYPD, when the mayor did something they didn't agree with, the whole fucking unit turned their back on him.
That's right. I remember that.
That's some gangster shit right there. What's up, Rob? Long time no see.
Nice
What's
to meet you,
good?
Rob.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just to give,
Yeah.
you don't have to give everything, but give people a little bit about your background so you know you can speak on the subject matter.
Well, I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, East Flatbush. I was educated in Bed-Stuy, Robeson High. I graduated from that high school. That was across the street from Albany Projects to go to Morgan in
Yeah.
Baltimore.
So you honorary Baltimore and your damn self.
Yeah, so I stayed there for 2 years, and then I studied engineering for a second, and then my math wasn't great, so I decided to go to School of Visual Arts in New York City and transfer from Baltimore. And when I came back to New York, it was like totally different because the crime rate was raising just as bad as Baltimore. So I spent a little bit of time doing graphic design because that was my major at the School of Visual Arts, and I basically interned with a whole bunch of record labels, whether it was Def Jam or Atlantic Records, and after the dot-com bubble burst, I ended up becoming a police officer.
And what
So
department do you work for?
NYPD,
How many years you spent with NYPD?
17 and a half.
Exactly. So you don't even feel, but you empathize with Josh and myself said about the riots.
Yeah, I totally empathize with y'all guys because when I was in high school, I was in a high school athletic program. I ran track with the Robeson High for a second, so it was the early '90s, and we got to experience the Crown Heights riots and the LAPD riot. With that guy got beat, and the verdict came up that nothing was going to happen to those cops. So basically, on my trip to LA, we experienced the full blown riot, seeing people get pulled out their cars and everything. If you're basically, if you was a group of black males, teenage, military age, LAPD is going to stop you for no reason at all. I never seen anything like it. But getting back to um the NYPD in my career, I started an FTU program, which they call Impact. So they basically have somebody, they put you in a place like East New York. So my first assignment in FTU was working in the East New York, Brooklyn, Brownsville, the 75th precinct. Probably heard about it on TV with Michael Dowd, the Dirty 75. At that particular time, It was very busy there, almost as busy as Baltimore, but I'd say Baltimore tops it. You know, you basically learn fast, and then I got my training there for 6 months, and then they sent me to a slower command because I knew a chief, and through my father, and I got put in the Cape Command in Williamsburg, Greenpoint. That's the 94th precinct, and that's where it was like really political. You had connections with the PBA president, who was Patty Lynch. He kind of came out that area, so I got to meet that person and stay there for a while, and you know, nearly get jammed up for like 4 years with my kid's mother, and ended up going to the 83rd precinct in this Bushwick. It's another rough area, but it's gentrified, and stayed there for like maybe 8 months. And then end up going to the 7-9 in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, in the middle of Bed-Stuy. And I've been there ever since. Love it to death. I can't imagine working any place else. So far as the riots, when that stuff happened, I was already embedded with the neighborhood. I volunteer my time to do neighborhood things with the church, and any type of activists. If they wanted me to participate and lend my time, I'd go and talk to people, meet the kids, meet the teenagers, bullshit with the knucklehead, gangbangers. Just get a rapport with people. So by the time the riots started happening, there was no animosity. There's Stosa doing his job. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I get you, bro.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. I was around to see the Black Lives Matter mural get painted with the Attorney General. I mean, with the I guess it's a the lead attorney or U.S. attorney is Lolita James, Al Sharpton, and borough president, what's his name, Eric Adams at the time. And it was just so surreal to see the same people that's painting, they pushing for equality, but at the same time, when the riots happened, it was the same people that were riling up the teenage, all the students to fight the system, fight back, throwing bricks and bottles, and running away, and it's basically filming everything. So basically, they were stabbed in the police department in the back. They wanted us to keep order, but at the same time, try to jam us up for police brutality, which is crazy. You know,
Well,
that's the weirdest thing. I for everything that was happening in Brooklyn and that was nationally televised, I was actually in it. Whether it was the vehicle burnings in East Flatbush, where you had a whole bunch of people, hordes. You had like 10,000 white folks from the Midwest and the West, the West Coast. There's March in East Flatbush, Church Bedford, you know, Church in Flatbush, standing there like fuck the police, da 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 da. And you roll up and people see the 7-9 in your van, and it's like they recognize you from Bed-Stuy. Okay, so the regular people that live in that area is like, yo, we not part of this. Like straight up, they see me and they, oh, yo, we not part of this. I don't know these people from Can of Paint. I don't know what's going on.
That's crazy,
So
son. That happened here. That same shit happened here, bro. Where
yeah,
people came from like different states and they was fucking the city up. Cause I
hmm
swear to God, bro, I went to court like a month after the riots happened. Long story short, right? The judge goes, everybody from Philly, everybody from New York, everybody from LA, everybody from blah blah blah, stand up, come to the front. So they come to the front in the court, and he's like, all of you, I don't ever want to see you in my city again. So he basically threw it out. And mind you, I locked all these motherfuckers up. So
yeah,
I was just like, "Are you serious?" And so he just like sent them on their way. And I knew something was up because the day it popped off, they had a plane flying around the city, and it was said Geico. Bro, you already know what that was for. Cars was burning
insurance.
up that day.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I'm gonna tell you, Rob, just to let you know, Josh is from the Bronx.
Oh, word? What part? South or by Boston Road by the 47?
Shit, nigga, everywhere. First of all, let me start. Let me start off with Patterson, Bronxdale. I lived on East 205th Street over there by Moshulu Parkway. Like, nigga, I was everywhere.
So you basically by Gun Hill.
Yeah, Gun Hill,
So Gun Hill the
exactly.
47. And my cousin was about Gun Hill. Gun Hill's crazy, by the way.
Oh, nigga, what? You ain't lying. My aunt and uncle used to live up there. Like, they lived up there back in the '60s before it got bad. Now they live in Queens and shit.
Yeah, Gun Hill's bad. I had to
Yeah.
shelter my cousin so he could finish his last years in college. So like a year, I let him stay with me for like 2 years. So
No word?
whatever opposing, because he was a former Crip, so he just wanted to get his degree and work in corporate America, but he couldn't do that working, walking around that neighborhood because they would have shot him or stabbed him. They didn't like him doing
Yeah.
better for himself, So
Yeah, I feel you in that.
it's just a different environment. But getting back to George Floyd or the riots in general, same politicians were lining us up, and maybe a year and a half later, after the riots, actually 2 years, my whole squad got investigated. We call our investigation goes to a trial, the department trial called you call it a GO 13. You don't want to get GO. You could be a witness and still get pulled into bullshit. No,
Yeah, you're right about that.
who told you to do this? Who told you to swing your baton? Who used the mace? Do you know this officer? They basically want you to point out other officers and like, yo, we got commands not to turn on our body cameras. But at the same time,
Wait. You got commands not to turn on your body cam?
yep, for that particular day, because
Wow.
the rules wasn't like 100% solidified.
Them body
You know,
cameras was ass. I ain't even gonna lie. Because at first, when they first came out, they
the,
gonna
the
tell us,
flip,
they was like, oh, you gotta have it on at all times. So we was like, well, what if we gotta take a shit? They gonna say, oh well, they're like they had no answer. They was like, oh well, you still gotta keep it on. Put your hand over it.
they was making it. They was making
Turn
it
that
up as
shit
they
on.
go along. So
Exactly.
our thing within our command, because the unique thing about the 7.9 and the 7.5 is that like we're like between the 7.3, the 7.5, and 7.9. We're like the busiest commands in Brooklyn, outside of the South. So Brooklyn is divided into two. So you have Brooklyn North and Brooklyn South. Busier commands in Brooklyn North because we got all the projects, most of them.
I have a couple of questions
Yeah.
outside of this.
And for ladies and gentlemen, Bitter Truth Show, aka subscribe to his show, and also subscribe to his new show, his new channel called Embrace Villainy. Go ahead, Bay.
All right, so because I've talked to Charles about this, about your quote unquote mayor Brandon Scott. What do you guys think about his how can I say this without being offensive? His curfew program.
Wow.
It's the same thing I look at.
That dude is a fucking clown. That's why he got that damn afro. He's supposed to be Doink the Clown.
I mean, his energy is great as a personality, but so far as a planner, urban planner, and economist and a realist, he falls short. You can set a curfew, but it's only going to push the crime trends onto the other part of the day.
Yeah.
So if you have 8 o'clock curfew, you're going to have more crime that's going to happen between, wake up hours, like 3 o'clock to 3 to 7.
Well, what good is a curfew if you cannot detain or move anyone unless they're in groups of 10, and even then you have to give them the option to either disperse or go play some basketball or go to a pool party. I mean,
they're not going to tell them to go to a pool party because there's no
couldn't do that. At that time, you couldn't do that because all the parks were closed. all the parks and all the gyms were closed due to COVID. So
Well, they're open
pushing something
now.
like that is like you compounding a problem already. The kids can't. I mean, the teenagers can't go anywhere, and at the same time, they got to get out. The
Right.
the elders don't want them smoking in the building, and on top of that, they got beef with Let's say I'm in the I'm in the 7-9, but they got beef with the folk nation that's in another precinct, like in Brownsville, which is
Teenagers,
like almost 2 miles away, which doesn't make any
teenagers,
sense at all. Huh?
people who should be in the house when the street lights come home doing their homework, maybe doing some chores, washing
They
their
don't do that. They don't have those responsibilities no more because they're addicted to these pills.
Exactly.
So so you talk, and this is not something that's being expressed in the news that the teenagers that's at risk, they're addicted to whether fentanyl, lace weed, or the oxycodone, these oxy pills, all these opioids, the activates. They're addicted to it, so they're numb to any type of reason.
So
Mm-hmm.
what do you do
You know,
with people who
And the
are young
parents ain't there either.
and who
the
have
parents ain't
no?
there. They
Hold
don't, they
on.
don't,
The parents
they
are
don't
not
care.
there, bro.
And I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna say this.
Let me
I'm gonna say
let
this.
me ask the question. Let me ask the question.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this before
Okay.
you ask your question, babe.
Go ahead.
See, back in the day, we know as young teenagers around 15, 16, 17, 18, we used to have something called the PAL centers. You had midnight ball. And
I
believe it or
remember the
not,
Falconers.
that's where some of your great basketball players of the 2000s or the early aughts, as they call them, came up. Carmelo Anthony, anybody?
Mm,
So when you have PAL centers
we got Pal,
and
Gates, and Marcy.
and coaches like myself, if you have a affinity for wrestling, boxing, or MMA, and you get to get that anger and aggression out, because I'm a proponent of put the guns down, put the fucking fist up. You get into this is the thing that people forget. One thing I learned to corporate security management. Can you
Conflict
control,
resolution skills.
exactly. Can you control an earthquake?
No, you can't. You gotta ride with it.
You got to mitigate what happens. You might have to transform a lot of the buildings and houses into being built by materials that can withstand an earthquake or something of a disaster. So you can mitigate it. You can't stop it, but you can mitigate it. If men have more testosterone and more prone to violence, most people like, oh, I want to fight. Okay. Remember back in the day when the miniseries, The Jacksons? What did Joe Jackson do when a boy wanted to fight his son? You get
They
the
put the
gloves.
gloves on.
You get the gloves and you go to the backyard. And what happened when the mom came out? What did Joe say?
Don't make them fight.
He got to earn his respect. I'm not against that, because when a little boy wanted to challenge my son, get your respect. Win, lose, or draw, shake that man's hand. That's what I had to do every wrestling match. Win, lose, or draw. And you're telling me if we can have institutions where we have controlled violence, no guns, put the gloves on, put the mouthpieces on, headgear, and most of these guys have bravado and they want to prove that they can actually fight.
Yeah, you get challenged a lot in the street. Oh, you nothing without that badge. Why don't you take your vest off? You take your shield and your vest off. You
Guess
always
what?
get it.
I was a proponent because I fought MMA for charity for injured firefighters and police. Get some of the people who have anguish against police officers and get in the octagon, get in the cage, let it out.
You about?
And you know what happens?
They back down.
No. There are some who will fight, but you have an unshakable respect for your person.
Okay.
And then they shake hands, they hug, they shake hands with their team, their cornermen, and these cops And these people who had anguish against the cops, they go out with drinks together. They're like, dude, you a real one. Because every man through every culture since time immemorial has respected any man who's
You
willing
have
to
to fight.
unarmed combat. And it was
Okay.
a lot of respect where they were like, yo, that's a real one. And what would happen is when they have an issue, the cop who comes on duty, they have an issue with somebody in their clique. They be like, yo, no, don't do that. He's a good one. He a fair one. It's when you got the people in the gangs speak up for the cops. They don't tell those stories because they don't want to see black men doing conflict resolution.
That's big, and that's something that's missing right now.
Because
Everybody's quick to shoot or quick to stab.
Because if I opened up Dew Burns Arena in South Baltimore and say, hey, you got an issue with the police, you get a chance to punch a police officer in the face. And
Yeah,
you
we
won't
got
question.
not to talk over. We got something like that called a smoker, but it's just with cops. And we got a program through PAL. Um, it's called Cops and Kids,
Yeah.
but the funding for it went out, so that is kind of fun. It's hard to keep your finger on that particular program because a lot of people come up to me, yo, if that boxing gym's still open. Everybody in Bed-Stuy knows this gym that's by Gates and Marcus Garvey Boulevard. It got shut down and it got reopened during COVID. And people from the hood train, but at the same time, you got older cops that'll come in and coach the kids. But there's no competitive matches going there now.
Yeah. And see, that's the problem. You took away the competitive nature of men. And you have to control it. Remember what Dr. Jordan Peterson said, a good man is not a nice man. He's a monster, but he has it under control.
Yep.
And there's many a times where me and Bay really got tight is because Bay and his father used to bring all your pro-black, the true conscious people. I don't call these current motherfuckers true conscious. Okay?
Like Umar.
Like
Umar
Umar.
not conscious.
Because guess what? If you can't tell me what book Dr. Chancellor Williams wrote, I can't speak to you on conscious shit. You feel me, Bay?
Yeah.
And if you can't tell me who Dr. Francis Crossling
Chris Wilson.
is, we can't talk about conscious shit. See, we can't talk if you haven't read the book that Dr. Carter G. Woodson wrote.
Miseducation of the Negro.
If we can't talk on that shit, because here's the point. We came up where even if you didn't want to fight, you knew that you had to learn how to use your hands. Even my wrestlers, when I coached them, they had another issue with another person on the team. I sent one wrestler in the hallway. You go look out for the athletic director. Close that motherfucking door.
You had to fight in New York City. I mean, especially if you're from the part of Brooklyn that I was raised in, you always had some type of conflict. You either had to step to somebody and duke it out, or just go home. It didn't make sense. You had jokes, you had dozens, or you had your fists.
Yeah, and shout out to Louis Conyers. What about the former cop Michael A. Wood? Is that the former Baltimore sergeant? Because if it's the same white guy, the former Baltimore sergeant, I have my issues with that guy. Because there were times I had to switch shifts because I had to speak out against a female sergeant who was doing some abusive shit to a female officer.
Oh.
And Josh know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that. Yep.
I'll tell you what about Michael Wood. If you talking about shit like that, why didn't you stop it when you were in charge? When you were a fucking sergeant in charge of the motherfuckers doing the dirt? You had
I was
the authority to stop it, but you didn't. Because you got fired, now you want to speak out, nigga? Put your balls on the table and speak out about shit. That's when I believe you. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut Day off as
I was
well.
about to say I was in a similar situation. We had a white sergeant that was abusing, or he was very abusive to the Hispanic and black females within the command. Um, Early, if people are listening, I don't know if they're law enforcement, if they knew the 7-9, it was a very, very segregated precinct in Bed-Stuy.
Shit, what you
And
think Northern was for a few years?
All
hmm,
right, so let me ask the
uh,
question that I meant to ask. Well, I was trying to ask 5 minutes ago before we got off track.
Yeah.
So you're saying that these kids today, they're on pills and whatnot. So apparently going to PAL or midnight basketball or a pool party is not going to help these kids. So what do you do?
um, like I had solutions. It was simple as I wanted to do a roller skate clinic to steal their time, because lo and behold, even though they don't like the uniform presence, if you approach these guys if you talk to them like people, they actually respond to you. You know, like I just changed my tone on how I address them. They actually listen. But a lot of these guys that's on the pills or whatever, they got a bigger homie from a set. Like this, I'm gonna give a good example. Like you have a small set with teenagers or old younger teenagers called Rich Fam, right? Now they
Mhm.
turned into Drench. They didn't turn into Drench until they got under the tutelage of the Mac Baller Bloods. So right now, they do drill music, right? Now they don't get notoriety if they don't do anything violent. So the more violent actions that they put out, more work that they put on the street, the more notoriety they have,
Okay.
and they get put on to do other things, maybe a murder. So they lured with the street money and the drugs. Period. So
Okay.
that kind of cancels out the positive programs people like you and me want to do.
Right. So
So it's
so
like
what
shut up or put up the money, and they
so
don't listen until they lose everything.
so what as you're just a beat cop, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do as a beat cop when you come across uh a kid who's really not trying to listen to you?
I'm not. I never back down. I talk to them intelligently. I'm not a person that I'm confrontation. I'm gonna lock you up or whatever, because they always have something a bigger. They have a bigger issue to run into, and
I
usually
think
is
it,
another.
okay. So what you're saying is you have 100% track record of success?
What, getting them to listen or
Yeah.
to do? Well, for few, maybe it's 50-50.
Talk
You
to me
know.
about your
I want
non-success
I
stories.
want you
That's what I'm asking about.
Hmm?
I want
It's
you to
okay.
hold
Like,
on for a second. Hold on a second, Rob.
okay.
I want Bay to ask me the same question.
Okay. So, well, Charles, you and I have had this discussion. I want to get his perspective.
No, I want to say this. I have a 96 percentile rate of getting
Okay.
young men to become productive citizens of society. And
Well,
see, you have to.
you're a big hulking guy. I mean, you're not like super tall, but you're still a big hulking guy. You look like the type of guy that, if you barked at me and then I stood up barking at you, and then all of a sudden you took a step forward and started flexing, here I am. I'm now trying to make a decision. Okay, do I really want to fight a cop and go to jail, possibly get my butt kicked in the back of a squad car while handcuffed? Or am I just going to acquiesce?
It's not even about that because most of the time is that even though I don't speak with the normal, unless I'm drunk, I don't speak with the normal Baltimorean vernacular.
You don't have to. You
Unless
have a
you piss.
physical.
So let me finish, Bag.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't have to speak with the vernacular of being Baltimorean.
Right.
Sometimes people want to know, can you empathize what I go through? People don't give a fuck till you understand what I'm going through.
So
My
you love the
godson
empathy route.
was living with his mother. I trained him to be special police and armed security. she wouldn't even give him a key to the house. Okay?
Why not? Never mind. I don't want to get into that. That's personal business.
I'll
That's not what we're here for.
tell you if he wants to tell you. He
No,
doesn't
no,
even-
no. Let's move. I don't want to get
But
into my
I'll
personal business.
say this. He'll tell you himself real quick. But I'll say this. Here's the factoid that a lot of kids don't understand. Number one, nobody's gonna remember. We're gonna go esoteric for a minute. Shout out to BGS and others, and even Bay, because you know when you pro-black, true pro-blackness is esoteric. It's all knowledge, all knowing. When you nobody, Jesus Christ, if you believe him or not, had to feed the fucking body before he talked to the soul, right?
Correct.
So if you don't meet the needs of the soul and the needs of the body before you speak to the soul, what's the point? Nobody cares. Nobody
Exactly.
cares. If a kid's hungry or he's broke, he doesn't care if you tell him the right way to do it if he doesn't have another issue of how to do it properly. If I'm saying, dude, I can show you a better way to make honest money and show you these skills, unless you can meet those needs, they don't give a fuck. And I don't blame them because if I'm starving or if I got to feed my son and I have my son in my right hand and he's 3 and I have a crack in my left hand and I got to feed this boy, guess what the fuck I'm going to do? I'm
We're
going to
gonna go
sell
with the
crack.
crack.
I'm gonna sell the crack. Yeah.
Because guess what? It may be morally wrong, but against masculine code, you don't let your children starve. And see, that's the point when you can actually break down shit like that. That's when you start to understand shit. But when we got away from people who can understand what the issues of the black community were and still are, nobody gives a fuck if you tell me why I need to get good grades if I don't have an example of why I need good grades.
Okay. So back to Rob. When you're out here, you're doing what what you say you do. You and Charles, and I guess what loose cannon. I take it you're a Baltimore cop as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so but I'm specifically asking Rob and Luce. I'll get to you, because I know where Charles stands. So when you don't have the success rate and you run across these kids again, how do you deal with the situation?
Well, I'm not the browbeater. I always hold them to their word. Like there's one guy. This kid I call Fat Boy. He's known to the neighborhood as Fat Boy.
Okay,
So I caught him. I
is he really
apprehended him.
skinny?
I apprehended him for as a murder suspect because he had a card out for murder and 2 different commands. So normally, you know, when he sees me, he's joking with me and like you can't catch me, this, that, and the third. So when I finally caught him,
Uh
I'm like, yo, look, after he got released the next day,
huh.
um, he's like, I'm like, really and truly, I'm not out here to, you know, diminish your light. I have a job to do at the same time. When's the last time you see me hating on you or trying to arrest you or question you? He said, never. That's right. I'm here to make sure that you make it, 5, 10 years from now. I want to see you do better than me. Period. Oh, I'm gonna be a millionaire. And every time I see you made that million yet, so what are you doing? And then I know his mom at the same time. So it's like you're fishing. When my position is not as glorious as Charles' own. I'm not a youth officer. I don't have that platform. It wasn't given to me. It's only given if you're liked or you have a lot of if you know somebody. Unfortunately, in NYPD, you got to know people, and they give you certain positions of responsibilities. I'm a
So
good beat cop. if you could compare me to anybody from the wire, I'd be like McNulty. I know my shit. I know how to talk to people, and it's either you hate me or you love me, and I could care less. But for most of the times, I don't want you to like me. I want you to respect me. So I don't have the problems with those guys. You know. So
So,
with Fat Boy, he respects me. It's like, you doing better. You what you doing? You can't
right,
talk. His body language is like, well, I gotta go with the crew and rob some more people. You know what I mean? It's like
right.
you can't. It's like you want to make a breakthrough with certain people, but they're so caught up in the street economy that they're not gonna listen to you until they're facing real time.
So basically, so
Like,
basically, it sounds like dealing with when you have to deal with people like that, it's going in one ear and out the other. And as long as you don't run across them committing a criminal act, then they pretty much, I mean, they're all chummy chummy because they're
nah,
just
actually,
for you. They have no
it's more
warrant.
confrontational. It'd be like "f you," this, that, and the third. Suck my dick. You know,
Is
oh, you
that
know
what
my.
Fat Boy
It's
said?
always like that until they actually get caught for robbing the Applebee's or whatever. And they know they're all apologetic because they can't make bail.
Does he
You
say
know,
that to you, Fat Boy? Does he say that to you occasionally? Does he disrespect you like that?
nah, he doesn't. And I don't. It's like you gotta be careful how you come across to these teens. You can talk to them like you're a bully, or highly authoritative, or you could speak to them normally, or you could speak to them with wisdom. And 90% of the time, when you speak to people with wisdom, they respond to you differently.
Okay. Because do
You know,
understand from my position, I have been pushing ever since the young lady that was a Baltimore officer, ever since she got shot and killed, the 23-year-old, you all know what I'm talking about.
mm,
Somebody want to say her name? Nobody wants to say her name. Hello.
I don't remember her. I mean, I'm in New York. I don't.
Well, yeah, I'm talking to the Baltimore officers.
Oh,
Nobody remembers her.
Excuse me.
Okay. So ever since she was shot and killed, all right, ever since she was shot and killed, I have been promoting for black men and women under the age of 35 to become police officers for the simple fact of the pay and the benefits. All right, the pay, the benefits, oh, and also the political power that black people can have as police officers, because you all know that being a police officer puts you in a voting block and people respect your block. Am I misinformed in that?
for
No.
New York, no, you're not. You're not.
Okay, so I've been pushing that. So understand, I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-police brutality. I'm anti-racism, but I'm not anti-police. So while you guys are out here dealing with these teenagers, have any of you thought about trying to guide them into becoming a police officer simply based on those things that I've talked about? I understand that the job is very dangerous. You do have to uh, uh, reiterate that, but at the same time, the good outweighs the bad. Am I wrong?
You're right,
True.
but in my case, where I'm at, and maybe I may be short sighted. I totally understand where you're coming from. These kids are so far in. I'm talking like the age of 12 doing adult robberies, juvie time. You know that those things follow you, and if they try to get out of it, their family put them back into the street and
Very
commit more
indeed.
crimes. I've seen a 12-year-old with
Okay.
a dislocated shoulder because he didn't get enough to rob. You know what I mean?
Let me, let me
Yeah.
ask you this question. Hey, Josh, what's the youngest person you ever arrested? Josh, you there?
Yeah, my bad. I was waiting for my mic. Oh, and to answer, what did you ask me?
So, that must be some good weed, nigga. But what's the youngest person you ever had to arrest?
Nigga, I think like uh 11 to 12, maybe 10.
Yeah,
It was like
damn.
these kids. They was like breaking into cars and shit. When they had Charles, remember it wasn't Preakness, but they had another event up there at
Pimlico
the
racetrack.
Pimlico joint. Yeah, the Pimlico racetrack. They had like some type of concert there. I forgot the name of it, but it was like it went over the course of like a weekend. But long story short, what the kids was doing was they was looking at license plates, and any
Yeah.
license plate
Out
that
state,
wasn't Baltimore, they was breaking into
out
because
state place.
they knew. Yeah, out of state plates. So they was going after like Virginia, New York, anybody that came out of state, anything that came out of state, and anybody that looked vulnerable, like like a white couple or some shit. Like I ain't even gonna say like a goofy white couple, like just like a white couple that just they just in La La Land. They don't realize it's the hood around there because a
Call them
lot of
walking
people was getting robbed that
61s.
night too. Exactly, yeah, professional victims.
And the youngest person I had to arrest is 12. 12 or 11.
Damn preteens.
Ariana Preston, by the way, is her name.
And remember, what's the youngest
Henrietta
Rest in
Preston.
peace.
what's the youngest
Sleeping
person
Powell.
you had to arrest, Rob?
14 for a robbery recently, store robbery.
I had to arrest a 12-year-old for a robbery.
Ariana Preston. Thank you, embraceability.
What's up, Namer? You want to get in?
Well, let me see if I can.
Charles. Remember
I'm on the outside looking in, but
Charles. Remember the 16-year-old that tried to shoot me? Forgot about that one.
Oh shit!
I was in the Western District for that one. I didn't have a gun. I have a gun or nothing on me that day. They made me wear a vest and put a boot in my ass and say you riding along with somebody because I was in the academy. But long story short, I got
Yeah. So what the fuck?
got into a scuffle with these dudes at Burger King at what the fuck was it? At Mondawmin Mall.
Mondawmin, oh my
Mondawmin
God,
Mall.
that's crazy over there.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on,
where the
hold on. I want the young men to hear that story again. Start over, Josh. You hear Mello,
Okay,
Rob?
Yeah.
All right, so long story short, I was on a ride along with Edward Neuro. He was little fun fact. He was one of the officers that had got arrested in the Freddie Gray shit. But man, he was a nice dude. He was that was my homie. He saved my life in this situation. But long story short, we ran into like two guys that was supposed to be banned from there, and one went running first. And my brother always taught me never run after the nigga that runs first because that's like the rabbit. The one that stays there is always gonna be the one strapped. So the dude was like, "Oh, I don't know that nigga." For real, he was like, "I don't know that dude." Blah blah blah. We was like, "Okay, yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of it." Mind you, it was dead in the middle of the winter, so he had like on this big coat. So he like shimmies out the coat, tries to run. I go tackle him. Fucking gun flies out of his pocket, and he's trying to grab that shit. I was like, hell no. Mind you, I'm on top of the dude. I ain't never punched nobody so hard in my life.
I was about to say, at that point, you should be able to knock somebody unconscious.
Yeah, it was like adrenaline and fear mixed in one. I was just like, yo,
You were
don't shoot me,
TKO. You were TKO, ground and pound.
That person must have thinking, I don't want another case. I got other cases on the deck already. I'm on probation or whatever. So you got to, fight for your life. Go ahead.
Or ain't trying to go to lock up in the first place. Some of them first time they don't want to get caught. Because they know the first time you get caught. But still, Josh, like I said, Iyasu, what the fuck? I don't know if you forgot. I told you that's your name on my mother tongue.
Oh yeah, trust and believe. Me and Charles have we've been in some crazy lethal weapon type shit. Matter of fact, Charles was on World Star Hip Hop. Yeah, yo, Charles was on World Star Hip Hop a couple of years ago for putting the motherfucker in the Kimura lock. I don't know what the hell you was doing that day, bro, but I remember coming up on the scene and see you on the floor. I was like, yo, don't kill him. Yeah, yo, I was praying. I was like, yo, do not kill this dude because I seen him do it before. He fought this dude that was like twice his size, mind you. Charles is like the size of
broke his arms.
And broke his fucking arms because the guy tried to take Charles' gun and he wasn't having that shit.
Let me ask you a
Charles
question,
put
Josh.
me in fear when
me
I
ask you a
first came
question.
to the
Wait,
Northern
wait.
District.
That takes me back to what I said a half an hour ago. If I'm getting
Yeah.
into it with Officer Charles and he stand up, I stand up, I'm thinking about it. And should I fight a Baltimore cop?
No.
Do you see what I'm
Yeah.
saying now?
Believe it or not, when people get their liquid courage, and I'll let the Padawan speak. And how old are you? 20. Okay. I'm going to let the Padawan speak.
Congratulations, nigga. Your balls dropped.
He can now shave his
Hey,
public
my
hair.
guys, I got some housework to knock out. I might have to step
Finally
out.
got hair on his
Okay.
chin.
All right, later. Yo, say. Hey, by the way, happy 4th of July in advance, fam.
Right back at you. Stay safe.
I'm Padawans. I'm Yoda. I'm more like Obi-Wan Negro. Well, actually, I'm Negro 1 Kenobi, but still.
The dark side, so I gotta go with
I'm more like, but let him tell you. How old are you?
20.
What's your name?
Robert.
All right, Robert. What certifications do you have through my company?
Private detective, gun permit, special police.
Speak like you got a pair of balls.
I got my guard card, guard card license, special police, private detective, gun permit. What else? Then we do
bounty hunting. We could do executive protection.
Yeah.
And see, here's
we did
the
running
skill.
shoot, moving shoot.
Yeah, moving shoot.
Excuse me, Charles. Permission to ask a question.
Hold on. You could ask the questions after you finish.
Then we do active shooter inside special.
We did active shooter. I trained you an active shooter, and my boy, who's a former SWAT sniper and Green Beret, trained you with some move and shoot and tactics.
Yeah.
And what happened when you said to me when we got home, and you took your gun belt off and said, "Yo, I have the ultimate respect for you now."
Oh yeah, I finally understood how hard it is to save people from either themselves or someone.
What happened? You walked in front of Lexington Market with a domestic.
Oh yeah, dude. Dude pulled a knife on me, and when I grabbed my gun, he put it back. Man, tell the story how you told it. I mean, all right.
He did the reverse Indiana Jones.
All right. So this is what happened, right? So remind you, it's a domestic situation, right? So he's yelling at his girlfriend. He's about to put his hands on her.
And just to let you know, he was 19 with the powers of arrest.
Yeah, 19 powers of arrest.
And to carry a gun.
And to carry my gun. I'm trying to get that. So I see the situation going on. So I butt in. Hey, is everything okay? He turned around instantly. All that anger, all that bad energy on me. He like, you bitch ass nigga, you bitch ass police nigga. Who you think you talking to? Da, da, da. Start getting my ass. And I'm like, sir, I'm just trying to make sure everything's okay. Then I was about to back up. I was about to, all right, you know what? All that energy is on me now. So maybe he gonna leave her alone. Nah, he get even closer. He like, oh, I got a knife. I said, hold up. I grabbed my gun. And remind you, he has the knife like it's like a kind of like a pocket switch knife. You know what I mean? It isn't out.
Folding knife.
It's a
so
folding
he got
knife.
a toy.
Yeah, he has a toy. Yep.
Yeah, he got a toy.
A toy. You know what I mean? He'll pull it out for real, but he don't pull it out the little whatchamacallit, the little he don't unfold it.
He showed you his apple peeler.
The hill.
Yeah.
Not the hill.
Then when he's saying that I had my gun, he like, oh, you bitch ass nigga, wow, in the process of putting it back in his pocket. Police, I'm like, oh, all right, you need better. You ain't that crazy.
You could tell he had no daddy at home. He was selling his mama's wolf tickets.
Yeah, yo.
I'm gonna say this.
It was wild.
He'll tell you the part that I told him, and I told him that you should have shot his ass.
Yeah. The only reason I ain't shoot him though, cause he ain't take it out the folding part.
Yeah, that'd have been you. Probably got in trouble for that.
No, he wouldn't.
Nah. I wouldn't.
I'm a supervisor.
No, because that's brandishing a weapon, first of all.
Yeah, he brandished.
No. The other dude pulled out the knife. That's weapon brandishing, right?
Out of right like Ernest Hemingway.
Isn't that deadly force though?
That's deadly force because guess what?
Yeah,
let me put it to you this way. I could go in my pocket right now. Act like you got your gun.
Mm-hmm. I got it. Yeah, it
How
takes like
how
only a
fast
second.
does it take me to? I could take a folding knife, stab you with it before you can pull your gun out the holster.
Yeah, even though he wasn't that close, but yeah.
This is exactly why that cop in Columbus shot that girl.
21
He tried to attack that one girl attack the woman with the knife. Remember that?
Right. She came out. She went to the apartment.
Right. He
came
pulled
back
up
out with her knife.
Yeah, the girl.
Oh yeah, it's the 21-foot rule.
Shoot a motherfucker. Just because you shoot a motherfucker, it's not a Charles Bronson movie where they go back 5 feet. No, that knife's still coming for your ass. And see, people don't understand is that if you got the balls to fucking pull a knife on me when I got a gun, I've told people, and my boy Mike listening, shout out to Mike. There were times we had a domestic, and it was 6:45 a.m. Dude put a knife to a 6-month pregnant baby mama's throat.
What?
Exactly. I've seen some. That's why I need a Patreon, because I've seen some shit. Okay? Any cop who's worth his salt, who did the duty, seen some shit.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Back in the building.
I looked out and I said, you know what? I was so pissed because one, I had to write a domestic robbery. So me being the cop that I am, I actually had to I was like, show me a picture of this thing. So I'm on Cold Spring and York Road, and there's a Sunoco going northbound. I seen this motherfucker who looked like the dude in the picture that I had of him. So I walked in the fucking market. I had my gun. I literally
do it.
Hold on. Who's got to? I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just mute you till you're ready. I'm walking into Sunoco, little gas station. I had my gun already out. I'm walking out the car and people looking at me weird because my gun's out the holsters in my hand. My philosophy is if you put a knife to your pregnant baby mama's throat, you will stab me. Mm-hmm. I will shoot you dead. I said, motherfucker, get on the floor. And I don't give a fuck if ID didn't like the fuck that I cussed and shit. I said, get the fuck on the floor. Okay. What you gonna do? If you put a knife on a pregnant baby mama's throat, I'm gonna put 15 in your ass. Upstairs. And we carry 14 magazine.
My finger slipped 14 times.
So guess what happened?
He dropped the knife.
He didn't have the knife on him, but he was on the floor.
Okay.
I mean, that motherfucker, the stallion couldn't get that low. Yeah. So I'm gonna put it to you this way. Come to find out, he had his baby mama's Cash App card and mail, which actually constitute robbery. And shout out to the sergeant who was SIC at the time. She was the acting lieutenant for the morning shift. I was working midnights. We known each other for years before she was a sergeant. She said, you better send every unit we got there before Faulkner kills this motherfucker. and the part that she said, I wasn't worried about the gun. She was like, I just didn't want you to put hands on a motherfucker. You would have killed him. And see,
that sounds like something Sergeant Washington would have said.
Yeah. Shout out to Sergeant Washington, one of the good ones. And that was
she was awesome.
You probably remember, Monica, right?
Monica. What's her last name?
No, I'm not gonna say the last name on here.
Lewinsky?
But
type it in the back chat.
Yeah, you should have said last name first, damn it.
But
the last name. Don't know
nobody knows her last name. But the one who used to do overtime at the hospital.
What Union?
Oh, Monica Patterson.
At Union. But I'm not gonna say
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
She was
I don't know her name, but I know what you're talking about.
She was like, yo, if he pulls a knife on him, whether he has a gun in his hand or not, he will kill that motherfucker. Get to him now. And this motherfucker. And then here's the bitch assness that he pulled. He was like, oh, I'm gonna get out the car. he got out. Remember when we put people in the wagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same shit with Freddie Gray. We
The
seatbelt
Rough Ride
you in.
wagon.
People don't talk about this shit. We seatbelt you in. A lot of these skinny motherfuckers have the dexterity to to uncuff themselves or to actually unbuckle their seatbelt. So he had
Oh, they
like
used to do crazy
on the
shit.
floor. You got cameras in the wagon, 6 body cams on you or on her.
All recorded.
We're gonna play the game with you. We're gonna send you with 2 cops, and we're gonna have you go to the fucking emergency room. Either 2 things: I will write the warrant, which makes you gonna be arrested anyway, or we're just gonna arrest you on period. Either way, motherfucker, you're making me money, or I'm gonna fucking make your life miserable. And see, people don't understand that when you're a cop, a lot of shit does not finish. Just because your shift is ended does not mean you're finished the investigation or the arrest. Because I've actually worked 20 straight hours on a call, especially if it's a big call with drugs or a crime, robbery, and you catch the suspect.
Those are the worst calls to
They don't
have,
pay you guys enough
especially when they're
overtime.
rape
That's for
calls
sure.
and shit like that.
Oh
I
shit!
tell people,
Anubis said he was in a knife fight 10 months ago.
and that's how it goes. Because a lot of people don't understand what police have to go through on a day-to-day basis because it's some nasty ass shit.
They
You
even
know
tell
what's even
you in the
scarier?
academy that you have to like when you come home after every tour of duty that you need something like a hobby, like play a video game or just have time to
Wife
yourself
beating
to
is a
decompress.
hobby. Isn't wife beating a hobby?
Oh,
What about
Oh well,
child?
according to the stereotype,
unfortunately,
yes, it absolutely is.
unfortunately, that's the stereotype. But let's not forget, a lot of guys also. I'm sorry, but I gotta say, unfortunately,
Honey,
you
it's
have
6 o'clock.
some who resort to alcoholism.
Yeah.
If
Hey,
I'm wrong,
hey,
you,
hey, you're
yeah.
not an alcoholic if you
No, you are absolutely right.
you're not an alcoholic if you can
Also,
fuck.
others sometimes get into like illicit shit. Others, you got strip clubs. You got motherfuckers having affairs with fellow officers on the force.
Oh yeah, one was on it. Well, there was a story on the news about that, and I knew the people. Wasn't involved in it though. Damn sure wasn't involved in it, but knew
You
about it.
better
Yeah,
not have been involved in that.
crazy.
We don't need you getting
Oh
in.
no no no!
We don't need your
Listen,
dick getting you into trouble and shit. This
So,
nigga
yo,
here.
bro.
so which
This
For
one
the
of y'all
nigga
was?
here.
record, I've never
Wait, I
had
have a
This
sex with
question.
any
nigga
I have a
here.
female
question.
officer ever.
Which one of y'all
Ever.
was the type of cop that will wake your kid up at 10 o'clock so you can knock his ass back out?
Man,
Man,
I'm gonna
it's been
tell
a
you what.
while since
I ain't
it's been
that
a
very
while. I
much.
miss your ugly ass. How you
I
been, you
just said that to
motherfucking
break the
asshole?
tension. I
I'm
know
gonna
you
answer.
guys aren't violent like that.
I
At least I
will
hope not.
since my nephew's not here, I'll let my godson answer that question.
Okay.
Oh
If
shit.
What would happen if I tell you to clean up the kitchen, the living room, or the bathroom, and I get off a shift and it's not? Go ahead and answer.
Oh, hell, gonna break this.
No, they can't hear you.
I can't hear him. Come to the mic.
Say it with your ball.
Step to the mic
What the hell
and
you
get
saying?
real
What?
with it.
We don't understand mumble. We don't
Oh,
understand mumble.
You know what? That's terror. That's what that is.
Hey,
Flashbacks.
hey, don't be starting the conversation. Wait, hold up, Robert.
all hell
Don't be
gonna
starting the
break loose.
conversation without saying this way. What the hell you saying? Do they have where you come from? Do they speak English? What is
My man's trying
Hold
to
up,
speak.
neighbor. Hold up, neighbor. Go ahead.
Oh, hell gonna break
I'm gonna go
loose.
Samuel Jackson on this motherfucker. That's where to go like English
Because
All right,
motherfucker, do you speak it?
let's get his
if I
answer.
tell
Let's
you-
get his answer.
if
So
I
what
tell
would happen
you-
if Charles came home and you didn't do your chores? So what would happen?
Go ahead.
Oh, hell gonna break loose.
Because guess what?
Oh yeah, but what the hell did he say? I don't understand.
Oh
He's
hell would
mumbling.
break
louder.
loose. But you're
I
not
said-
okay.
I
You're
said-
bottom lining it. But what would he do? Would he wake you up out your sleep and make sure you got done? Would
Okay.
that be before or after the vicious ass whooping?
Oh no, he definitely gonna smoke me. Yeah, he definitely gonna smoke me. That's for
Okay,
sure.
is that so would he smoke you before or after you were finished?
Depending on how I feel.
Probably both.
Okay, so what would that smoke consist of? A punch in the chest or a leather strap? Maybe some push-ups. Run around the block at 2 a.m. in your drawers.
Push-ups.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Okay.
around the block.
Yeah.
Run
Because
around the block in your boxers and so
Wait,
and
hold on.
and hold up,
Okay.
hold on, fellas. Hold on, fellas. Hold on, fellas. Hold on,
No, I
fellas.
gotta ask you a question. I gotta ask a question about this.
Hold on.
Okay, okay.
Would I treat my son the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah, because guess what? I'm like this. There is no different than what my parents and what my guardians say.
Which was?
The shit should have been done before I got back home.
Yeah.
If you would have done it
Yep.
when I told you to do it, you would have no problems.
Yeah. I remember I've only gotten awakened out of my sleep once because that it was thought that I didn't do the dishes. All right. But the dishes were done. The dishes were done. It's just that people came home before at this time my mother's boyfriend lived with me. I mean lived with my mother and I. You know, I'm like 12 years old.
Okay.
So the dishes were done, everything was done, but family had came over. Like one of my aunts and one of my cousins came with her. So, you know, they ate and
Oh,
everything, and the my mother's boyfriend, he was out late doing whatever. I don't remember. So he come home, he wake me up like with a slap at like 11 something at night. How come you ain't do the dishes? I was like, I did. So he didn't believe me. So I was like, ask my mother. So she told me, like, yeah, the dishes was done, like we had company. So he had to apologize for what he did, but he gave me a half-ass apology because you know how it is with a lot of people. They don't like to admit when they're wrong.
shit.
You know. So yeah, I told
Had
my
my
father.
ass whipped twice.
Yeah.
When my mom had my parents whip my ass several times when they thought I did something. It turned out it wasn't me. It was
Did
hard for
they?
them to apologize, but eventually, thankfully there was Big Mama, Grandma there, and Grandma had to look at me and say, "Hey, you fucked up with him. You got to make it right."
Right.
Well,
Fortunately, I got. Unfortunately, I got.
I do you one better. I do you one better.
Okay.
Okay, God rest his soul. Love him dearly, but he did commit this act. Oh, let's see. I was a
Okay.
freshman in high school, 89, 88, 89, and it was just me and him. My grandparents were separated by the time I get hit middle school. You know, she had to go because she feared for her life. My grandfather was a Vietnam vet, Korean vet, had that Agent Orange in him on him. And he was just dying from that and everything else. But you know, he was a man's man. He didn't play. He gave me some chores to do. I didn't do it. I was supposed to take out that trash. I got home, you know, did my homework, everything. He didn't say nothing. He sat there the whole time, quiet, watching TV, read. Waited till I went to bed. Got 2 in the morning. He came in there, cut the light on, and dead sleep. Threw all the garbage on top of me and beat me up out of it.
Oh,
It made me clean it up and then take the trash out. I learned the lesson that day. Hey, I ain't saying he was wrong for what he did. Hey, he was doing what a parent from his generation was raised and reared to do. Discipline. Period. Point blank. But everybody don't go into that. Oh, this is no. Right is right, wrong is wrong. You know what I'm saying? I needed my ass whooped. He told me, not one, he told me early in the morning before I left for school, and then when I got home. I didn't listen. So I reaped what I sowed. Asked me, did I forget to take out the trash again? Not never. Lesson learned. Shit happens. But you ain't supposed to go all when you hear somebody catch one for something you know they earned. Shit, no. Too much mollycoddling in the world as it is already. Shit. I don't buy by mollycoddling. Call a spade, tell the
no, we were
truth, shame
talking
the
about
devil.
So I have
AL.
a
That's not what we were talking about. Actually, we were
so
talking
I
No,
about
have
y'all,
times when parents mistakenly punished us for when they thought we didn't do what we were supposed to do, but it turned out
oh
it wasn't
no.
that case.
No, every time I got my ass whipped, it's because it was well earned. With no mistaking going on. It never none of
I know
that.
I got my ass whooped plenty of times for doing shit I wasn't supposed to do. But there were times when I did get my behind discipline when it for something I didn't do at the begin with. You know, it's like one of those
Okay.
situations where like 9 times out of 10 you whoop the kid's ass because they did something, but that one time they didn't do it.
And you know what's crazy? When y'all
Uh huh.
talking like this, and I'm thinking, I'm reflecting. Every man on this
Oh
panel is in a certain age where we took ass whoopers growing up by some form of
yeah.
male figure or authority, if not sometimes the mother, but more than likely it was going to be a male that did it. Think about this, what I'm
Uh
about to say. Think about what I'm about to say. I can honestly say from 1990 on up,
Hold on a second. Hold on. Somebody is playing music in the background and it's
oh
drowning
no,
out
yes, hold
the
on,
conversation.
it's this TV. Hold on, let me.
by the way, how you been, AL? It's been a while.
I'm fine. Let me go to another one. Well, anyway, from 1990 on up, I dare to venture to say, and I feel strong enough to say this. From 1990 on up, these kids ain't got no form of discipline as far as ass whoopers is concerned. So you think about that: 1990, 2000, 2010, 2023. I mean, 30 plus years. 30 plus years of non physical discipline, and look what you get. Look how they acting and what they doing now. I rest my case.
Yeah, I think things are definitely different. So I have to ask the question. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna suppress the sneeze. So I know I joined the conversation late, but I am simulcasting both off of my channel, join with yours. So I really want to ask the question as Baltimore police officers, where do you stand with this shooting? Do you see it as par for the course, or just black stupidity? Like where do you sit it? Where category do you place it in?
You mean like the cause of it in general?
Well, because
Like
understand,
you mean
I
like
haven't.
where? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, understand. I know that it happened, but I don't know the details because it's been a very, very busy 24 hours for me. The past 2 days, rather. It's been very busy if you take out my sleep. So, what I want to know is your guys' perspectives on this before I dip into the story myself.
Um, I mean, in my opinion, I just think that I'm not gonna say it was random because come on, it's Cherry Hill. Like somebody knew somebody down there.
Okay.
So
So,
and they
Cherry Hill's
claim
a
that.
bad neighborhood.
Oh, of course, yeah,
Okay.
that
Understand,
is
this is worldwide, so we
notoriously
don't
bad.
know y'all guys'
No,
areas.
no, yeah, like Cherry Hills, that's South Baltimore. I was never assigned down there, but I've worked the area a couple of times. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's pretty bad. So apparently they had like some type of block party, and it's funny because the mayor was like when the mayor was talking about it on the news, he made it seem like he was like, yeah, they have it every year. But what he didn't say was they have it every year, but it's not like sanctioned by the city. Nobody knew about this gathering. The police didn't know about this gathering because if they did, they would have officers already sitting up there with the lights on, or they would have officers on foot engaging the people there to make sure, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that everything was straight, and probably having Foxtrot, what we call Foxtrot, the helicopter flying over as well. But that none of those resources was there because nobody knew about it. So once the shooting happened, it's just like, oh, officers spring into action. But like I said earlier, another thing that I blame that on is the Baltimore City Police Department's lack of officer retention. They love getting rid of officers, and they don't have any incentives to bring officers in. Like the camaraderie and the morale is at an all-time low, and the number of officers that you have in patrol is at an all-time low too. So, for example, in a
Oh.
big district like that, like the Southern District is like like the second or third biggest district in the city, right? So on a good night, And not even saying a good night, like on a good night, and at this point in the game, you're probably going out with like 5 officers on a whole shift that has to cover like 5 big square miles of land with thousands upon thousands of people that live there. That people who could shoot each other, all types of stuff at will. So the call, you know what I'm saying? So you're not taking into account the call volume that can come around. And Charles could tell you, there's been plenty of times where we had up to 7 different shootings happen at one point, like at the same time. You know what I'm saying? In the same district.
All
Next thing you know,
coordinated.
your whole district is locked down. Yeah, next thing you know, your whole district is locked down because you have no officers that can answer calls. So what do you do from there? You have to pull officers from other districts to come and help you out. And that sucks because they already have 5 people on the street already.
You gotta
And
do
that's
Turn
where
out
I'm
everything
like,
you
the
can
department needs to
and
be
stretch
accountable
you can,
too.
huh?
Yeah, dude, why do you keep cutting on that music? We can't hear over the music.
With me.
Not me.
Well, it's me. My bad. Hold on, I gotta listen. Sorry about that.
But yeah, but like at the end of the day, like the people who run the city, especially like the mayor, he got to
Mhm.
be accountable. Like you look at him on the news, and you can tell that there's no genuine bone in that man's body. Every time he talks, he's reading from cue cards clearly.
Can I
Like
admit that I
like
want to punch him in the face? Is that a crime for me saying I want to punch him in the face?
no, not at all. Because I feel the same way. I feel the same way, bro. And
No,
it's
you just
crazy
expressed if
because
you
I watched.
said you were going to, then you might get charged with threatening official, government officials and that. But nah,
Okay. Well, I'm not.
you,
I'm not going
you're
to
expressing a
until
desire.
after
Not you're not
maybe
gonna
once
threaten
he's
somebody.
out of office. Maybe once he's out of office. But I have to admit, every time I see him, every time he opens his mouth, and I mean, not trying to vouch for Mac Frost. Y'all know Mac Frost. You in Baltimore, you know Mac Frost, Mackenzie Frost.
Oh yeah, that's Bay right there. That's
Yeah,
Bay.
that's bad. Yeah, every
Yeah.
time Mac Frost asks him a question, he gets very him and Shantae Jackson, who need a whoop.
Yeah, don't
They
they?
need a whooping with a metal belt. They get very nasty and indignant with her. But in all honesty, because Charles and I talked about this the other day, once they're out of office and they actually dig into the funds of Safe Streets, I think they're going to jail.
I hope so.
Villain,
So because every
if I
mayor that's
may
coming
say
is
something,
a scammer and a con artist.
yeah. These folks are kind of weird, right? They're kind of goofy, right?
Go on.
In their own unique way.
Well, Brandon Scott is the mayor.
Uh-huh.
Shantae Jackson used to be the director of Safe Streets, but they're playing the game of hot potato as far as who's going to take the fall for stealing the $5 million with a misappropriation of funds. They're playing a game of hot potato. She stepped down, and some white woman who was behind her stepped up to be the new director of Safe Streets. But I guarantee you she's going to step down before Brandon Scott's before he loses the election. Once she sees he's going to lose the election, she's going to step down because the money it was a $5 million that came up missing. All right. Those of you who are in Baltimore, the Baltimore cops, you know what Safe Streets is supposed to do, but it's doing quite the opposite. So
yeah, total opposite.
When you have shootings like this, all right, when you have shootings like this, to me, it comes off as a culmination of lying to the public about the money, about the program and whatnot. This guy, if the program actually worked, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. All right, because what is the whole mission statement is to get the guns off the streets, get people to work it out, talk it out, even throw fisticuffs for a hot second. Just put the guns down. But that doesn't seem to be working because, of course,
Yeah, and remember the school funds too. Where's that at? How the hell all these schools in the city have no air conditioning, but Baltimore City is the highest funded school system in the country? What?
Where is the money going? Somebody call the auditors.
Yeah, well, the parents is not suing the school for a reason. Like, it's seriously it's a big lawsuit going on right now with the parents suing the schools, and I forgot the exact reason, but yeah, has something to do with the funds
What do
too.
you mean, the PTA or just the parents?
The parents, I think
Just
the
the parents,
PTA
not
as well, but
the
yeah,
PTA.
I think it's both because it's a huge controversy next to the safe streets, and yeah,
We're talking like
like
what, like a
that
class
city's on
action?
fire right now. Say that again.
We're talking
Say that
like a
again, bro.
class action? Is this like a
Right,
class
yeah, like
action
a
suit?
class action. Yeah, a class action suit. They suing the Board of Education of Baltimore
All
City.
right. Yeah. I wonder
And
what the
rightfully
teachers
so.
union thinks of that.
Do understand Baltimore, just like the rest of America, is under the No Child Left Behind
Yep.
program, where they just
Uh-huh.
they barely teach you now. They barely teach you how to read, write, and count at an 8th grade level. Now it doesn't matter if you don't turn in a lick of an assignment in school today. They'll just mark you with these and pass you. They'll pass you all the way up until graduation. All right.
Yeah, all you gotta
To
do is show up to
me,
class at this point.
maybe I'm wrong, but
Oh,
I think that contributes to the criminal actions of people around the country. Because if you're
excuse me
illiterate,
just a
you
minute.
can't get a job. And what's going on right now in America, it is very, 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 very hard for you to get a job now. So what? And now also you can't panhandle because we're practically a cashless society. Cash is basically used for tips and something to get rid of. So what do you expect people to do?
Before we continue this conversation, I just want to acknowledge Lionel Player One. Thank you for the $5 donation. And like you said, turn off the music. It's distorting the sound. It's already been taken care of, brother. Don't worry. But
Hey, can I say something?
You just
hold up
said
before I just want to mention something before I let you talk, man. I just remember we had a similar conversation like this on Charles Hangout. It was, I think it was either the electrician 408, 480, sorry, or Detroit 313. One of them explained how where they're at, the kids are basically functionally illiterate, as you had just described it, Dylan. Functionally illiterate, folks, as if they can barely read or write, or legally illiterate in some cases. And you got to ask yourself, what the hell is going on? But then again, this has been a slow, methodical dismantling of the school system, especially in certain districts. When you go to certain high schools in certain places, some of them are well funded, well stocked, well insulated and everything, and others barely anything.
I think this is
You
it's
got
definitely by design.
Yeah. In fact, I remember it was like in certain schools, they're arguing over whether to close up shops or give up, the sports team. In some places, the sports team is the only thing they got. Whether it's the football or basketball team, because that's the only thing that's like getting them this, that, and third. All right, Kay, you want to come in?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I,
Are you saying?
Wait, is it Big Cat?
I
Yeah.
was about to.
Yes, me. Yeah. So,
Hey, what's
just
about
a
it?
few.
What's this, Big Cat?
What's good, man? What's up, Nema? What's going
Yeah.
on? Shout out to you, Charles. Thank you for once again having me up, man. Yeah, it's very unfortunate what happened in Baltimore, man. And I think you made a good point here. Where you talked about how if you want to lower the crime rate, you gotta get the boys. You gotta teach the boys know how to read, write, and count. It's interesting you mentioned that because, I mean, even several people such as BTS and others have pointed out how Raj Chetty made a whole article in the Brookings Institute, basically detailing everything that Charles Faulkner was talking about. How if you want to overcome a lot of this poverty that you see in so-called black neighborhoods, the boys have to be they have to be functionally literate and they got to have some type of income earning skill, be it blue collar or white collar. But basically, have that basic level of education. And I think the reason why people ignore it is because it's not the sexy answer. The sexy answer is, oh, either we need to, like you said, what the other troll was saying, where, oh, we need martial law, or oh, we need a cop-free city, or something like that. And I'm just like, listen. And it's interesting, the people that say we need to get rid of cops. My thing is this: I'm like, okay, you can make that argument, but the reality is that if you get rid of cops, you have to take over for their responsibilities. So,
We're gonna have warlords only.
exactly. Well, not even so much that. Like, if you're gonna get rid of cops, well, everybody has to pretty much double up on being armed. You know what I mean? Everybody has to double up on being armed. Everybody has to basically learn how to police themselves. Like, you have to pretty much know, like, probably 60-80% of what the cops know when it comes to how to, like, police yourselves. You know what I mean? And how to settle your disputes. That's the reality. But I think people just say get rid of cops because it's like the sexy answer versus, like, all right, the realistic answer is, okay, you can fight to get rid of cops, but you better damn well know how to police and patrol yourselves. You know what I mean? If there are no cops around, because otherwise, like you said, it's just going to be devolved to, like I said, a bunch of basically de facto warlords. So like
Look
what
what's
they said
happening in
in
Paris.
yeah, or what's the
Oh
name
man,
again?
it was what happened in Paris is fucked up.
Yeah,
Especially what
or
happened to
Is that
I mean, yeah,
because that
yeah, or
destabilization is a rollout for France? They've pretty much been
right,
going through the same thing we've been going through, with the pension shutdowns,
yep,
um, education slowing down, the influx of that's coming in because they gotta make one class, two classes, rich and poor. So that's pretty much what's getting rolled out in Europe, and they've been resistant to it. But this is like it's coming to a head, and the United States, the East, all the sanctuary cities are going to experience the same thing if we don't stay awake. Um, they want to destabilize or defund the police or get rid of us so they can have the Bloods crew or the Gorilla family or the GDs just run everything and just have the military step in or have the United Nations come in and kick the Kigali principle from the UN. So they just sit there and then you just have a land grab that's going on,
I'm glad you
and
said that.
just like in
I'm glad you
Congo.
brought
yeah,
that up because I don't
hmm
know if you guys have been paying attention, but the UN is behind
all
BlackRock,
this. Yes.
the ESG scores. The UN is behind that. And I've asked the question a couple of months ago, ever since the new Palestine train terrorist act. I said, how do you take down a first world country without firing a single bullet?
Easy. You take it from within.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're looking at. Because if you really ask me, at the end of the day, it feels like we're on the verge of communism through the channel of Marxism.
We're right in Marx socialism, and Marxism is sparking the radicals. I mean, we have Marxist professors teaching, um, kill the police, don't talk to the police.
You're talking about the
It,
fifth column.
yeah, we're talking not even the fifth column. This is the descendants of the Weatherman Underground and the PLA, all these the Black Panther Party. Most of those people either they went to jail, and since they were rich, they had rich parents that was working for Con Edison and all these energy companies and these universities. They became professors and they're teaching our students liberal arts and political arts and political science, and activism. They're
hey, can
teaching
I
it.
Hey, I would like to say something about that. I think what it is more so, maybe it's just because I read the book by Manning Johnson called Color, Communism, and Common Sense. I think the end goal
Mhm.
is not even so much to. I think when people talk about this whole like Marxism stuff or whatnot, I don't even think it's so much that. I think that most people in America that claim to be socialists and communists, I think they're only like that in name only because I think they
Yep.
only say that as a way of manipulating themselves into a position of authority and influence. They don't actually want a centrally planned economy because they know it's going to suck. I think it's just a matter of this culture war bullshit you see going on. This is a battle of the old school elitists versus the new school elitists, or at least the appearance of it. You know, it's the old school elitists, basically promoting neoliberalism versus the new school elitists promoting so to speak like Marxist and communist ideals. But at the end of the day, they both still think they're better than you. So I think that's
Nah,
what it is. You
I
know.
think they just want to just have rich and poor, and that 1% absolutely runs everything on each continent, and we're getting there. January
Yeah.
the 23rd,
Uh-huh.
Biden he signed a agreement for I think it was like a trade agreement for Mexico, Canada, and the United States to become like one whole block. So like you got the euro, now you got the North
Oh, like almost
American.
like, oh, you mean like NAFTA to like renew the NAFTA trade?
Now it's a little bit different. It's
Okay.
like after it couldn't really flood the borders until they signed that agreement.
Do you have a
So
link on that? Because from what I understand, Mexico was trying to sign up with BRICS. Last I heard.
and now they are because of the sabotage that they saw that the United States was involved with the Nord Stream 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically Mexico would want to mess with BRICS. I mean, because they could get a better trade agreement with the Chinese and the Russians so far as in manufacturing, but at the same time, our politicians want to go after the Mexican cartels, which is wrapped around Mexico's industry anyway. So they're not going to want to like really mess with us because our economy is going to go down in the long run. We don't really have a foot to stand on right now.
Right, because that whole cartel thing it's a smoke screen. They just want to invade Mexico and be able to control the border because Mexico has allowed for foreign nationals, especially Russians and Chinese, to be able to
Coming
come
in
in without a visa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So right now, that's setting up the United States for like a full, invasion, just like we will have in Paris. I mean, in France.
If you
We
ask me,
get set up for it.
If you ask me, it's already happened because they caught 5 Chinese nationals trying to sneak across the U.S.-Mexico border about a month and a half ago, and I'm like, why would 5 Chinese nationals need to sneak across the border?
Here's the part that I gotta say about it. It is almost impossible. Something else.
Yeah, I was about to say, I agree with Charles. It's not happening.
It's the only way you could take down a military mechanized monster is the United States. I'm gonna say this again for the ignorant motherfuckers who don't understand this. The U.S. military spends more money on defense than most countries. 90% of the countries in the world GDP. We spend almost in the trillions into
the defense and intelligence.
Yeah, and
destabilizing nations as well.
And think about it. I'm gonna just do a shorthand version of why it's hard to fucking invade the United States. You got 2 big ass oceans on either side of us. You got 2. That's one. You got 2 big ass countries to come either under us or above us. Then on top of that, we have something that 99% of countries don't have. Right,
water.
Nuclear weapons?
Right, yeah.
All right. We're taking nuclear arms out of it. That's the obvious. You have 350 million Americans, but you have almost 600, either anywhere from 400 million to, I would estimate, around 700 million guns. Then on top of that,
but we're talking about a non-violent. Well, at least again, not firing a single bullet.
Hold on, Bay. I'm just going through. I'm just going through the obvious for the people and I know and I know. But we're going for the people who don't.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Then on top of that, besides the nuclear options, coming to the United States is a logistical issue for any country trying to fight a war. it will be a nightmare because we're one of the few countries. Not only do we have a blue water navy that will stop you hundreds, if not thousands of miles before you reach the fucking United States, we actually have a fucking Coast Guard. By the way, we didn't even talk about our special operation forces. We didn't even talk about our regular Navy, Army, Marines. Hell, we're one of the few countries, if the only country that has a Space Force, nigga. The only way you're going to attack the country is through within.
Which means you gotta find.
Right. That's
And
why.
then of course you're gonna
Or
be
to like
cracked down on
hack.
homegrown terrorism and shit.
If you noticed
And
in the
hack.
month of February, there were a lot of quote unquote accidents taking place across America. Not just through Palestine.
Railways.
Yeah, you still got trains derailing. You still got factories blowing up. You still got waterways being poisoned, or I'm sorry, accidental spillages.
Allegedly.
Right, you still have all of these things going on. So, and now you have the left, which is kind of funny. I remember when they used to talk about Russian bots and the Russians controlling the election and everything, and I thought it was funny up until I played that video with the Soviet guy that defected back in 1985. You guys remember that video?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you sit here and you watch it and you realize that you have, and this is what kills me about people who scream about mythical racism. I'm like, you have white racism eating it, it's cannibalizing itself by trying to eradicate itself through the trans movement. I don't know if anybody's caught that. All right, where they have white teachers, some black but majority white, lesbian, and gay teachers. They indoctrinate the kids in elementary school with homosexuality, and then when they start going through puberty, that's when you have these covert trans activists pushing, telling them that they were born in the wrong body. They push puberty blockers. They push double mastectomies. They push bottom surgery. I mean, they do whatever they can to self-sterilize white children, white teenagers, which I think is, I mean, I fully support the trans movement when it comes to that. If that's what you want to do, you go right ahead. You know, just stay away from black folks.
Not to mention how many do end up developing cancers during the hormone replacement surgery. But that, however, the way that some detractors bring that up is kind of
I was about to say.
disingenuous.
Well, my point is, considering what's going on with ESG, seeing how it's now backed by the UN, I need to do a story on that tomorrow. It really seems like, and this is not just the United States, this is going on with any country that has any type of European, aka England control, UK control. All right.
All the colonies are going through it.
Exactly.
All the crown countries are going through it.
Exactly. So it seems like that there is a whole paradigm shift that's going on to where they are taking down some of these first world countries, not just with ESG, but also through what was it again? That China and Russia doing? Oh, through BRICS. Through BRICS. So BRICS is hitting them financially, is crippling them financially. You've got BlackRock crippling them socially by pushing homosexuality. No, I'm sorry, pushing sterilization on people, which I find highly amusing.
I wouldn't say BlackRock. I would say the World Economic Forum. Yeah, that's really pushing that. BlackRock is just part of it.
Right. BlackRock is their bank. Okay. BlackRock is the bank. So it's funny to watch. And then you've got the poisoning of the water. I just did a story about clone meat, which I know is giving people thousands of people cancer, And the thing about it is, of course, when they tell you that this stuff is just now coming out, it's already been a good 10, 15, maybe 20 years already in circulation. They're just now telling you about it.
Yeah.
So it seems like that. Also, not to mention the theft laws, how they did away with theft. You know, anything under $1,000 is pretty much a ticketable offense. It's literally a slap on the wrist. Now go outside and play.
Then
There's
the
a
IRS, then the IRS they will want you to report your the criminals to report their earnings for theft or drug proceeds.
yeah.
If there's an article in there, I mean, they actually have a code for that.
Then you've got what's going on with San Francisco, LA, Philadelphia, as far as the drug situation. They've now got Trank. They've introduced Trank into the drug trade. I don't know if anybody knows about that
Tranks
drug.
in Brooklyn hard now.
Oh my
Trank.
God.
They got people like dancing, like we call it the Skittles dance. It'll be up on Fulton Street in North Strand. Call it NA Rock.
From the inside out.
Mm-hmm.
For those
So,
that
like,
don't know, it will rot you out. You are literally the Walking Dead, except you don't want to eat human flesh.
every morning between maybe 3 to 7 a.m. in the morning, you got people walking around like the dead, just twitching, and the skin is all messed up. And they started using crocodile as well as Trank. So crocodile is hitting Brooklyn North. You know, it is bad.
This is why I push for men who want to stay here that are under the age of 35, because all of this stuff is going to flip. Eventually, it's going to flip. I would say within a year, it's going to flip. But I would say now is the time to go ahead and get you a steady job, steady income with benefits. Join the police force. Trust me, they're going to need you and they're going to use you. And it's going to eventually America, I would say in the next 5 years, America is going to look like Demolition Man. But in the meanwhile, for those who have the means to escape, I say get out of here. Go ahead, let the country go through its turmoil. And then when it goes through its golden age, if you're still around and you're able to make the plane ride, maybe come visit. But in all honesty, I would say abandon ship. That's where I am with it.
And the ship is sink. You just have to steer the people in the right direction. There's people that just want to see the world burn, and there's people that want to keep it together. So you have to choose your side of what you want to be, and just be righteous and keep your faith. You know, for the people that's in between, you could take them under your wing, but for so much, because we at the end of. I'm not saying we at the end of the road, but like you want to be optimistic for everybody, but you can't save everybody.
I wouldn't. I mean, Thor is a fantasy. Okay, Thor is trying to save Asgard. That's a fantasy. There's no spaceship coming where hundreds of thousands of people can get on board and we can fly away and watch the United States burn. No. Because in all honesty, I have to be honest, I really do think they would push the red buttons first before they surrender this land.
Well, attack is on white people. Number one goal for the World Economic Forum is to turn all the Christian nations into Islamic nations, and after that, get rid of all religion. So. You basically all the people that would fight and stand up against anything would be the Christians. Then you eradicate the Christians, like what we're doing in Paris right now.
You're breaking up, working out, bro.
Okay, hold on a second. Kind of like what's happening in Europe right now. The biggest thing is there's a big rift between the Christians and the Muslims.
Yeah,
it's happening in England because we had a ride through. I mean, a ride along with some British officers recently, and the crimes with the Algerian refugees is hot. It's like really heavy. You know, a lot of stabbings and everything. It's this class is a culture clash, and at the same time. It's this clash is affecting the middle class. So it's erasing the barrier between rich, middle class and poor. Soon the middle class is the white class.
It's just going to be. If you ask me, it looks like it's going to be really a battle between the haves and the have-nots within the next 6 months. And
Yeah.
I really do predict here in America. I really do predict a second civil war sparked by the trans movement, and then of course us and the migrants are going to get swept up into all of it.
See, here's the part that a lot of people don't understand is that one, I've said this for many of years, and they will tell you, and others will tell you. AL will definitely tell you. Namer will definitely tell you. Hell, even Josh. This is an opportune time for young black males to join police departments and military. They can't get
And
enough.
the military.
There's not enough young white men to join
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of them are either so effeminate or so fat or a combination of both that they cannot join. This is a chance for you to get everything and anything you need to get out of those departments to get a good living and also to be in places where it's almost not only covert proof but also proof because the world needs you.
You've been saying
Yeah,
this since
I see a
long
lot
before
of.
the insurrection, Charles. What are you talking about?
He's right. I see a lot of police chiefs begging for officers because Jason Black, a woman came on Jason Black's program and she told him that they defunded the police. And he said, show me one bill that's defunded the police. And I'm like, dude, the theft bill that they passed. Like, because what happens is if you cannot arrest people for stealing, your crime stats drop. This is what kills me about the crime stats.
Put it to you this way. They're actually increasing budgets for police.
Yeah. And I'm like, if you can't get, you have a lot of, tell me if I'm wrong, you have a lot of officers that have quit because of apathy. You've had a lot of retire because of apathy. And then you have you have a lot of cops who are just going through the motions. And of course, you've got your zealot white supremacist cops out here just pretty much kind of on a rampage. But my thing is that if you don't start recruiting in high school, if you don't go into the inner city and start recruiting in high school, hey, look, great career. These are the benefits. You might get placed as a traffic cop. You might sit behind a desk, etc. You never know where you might wind up being stationed. So come on and join. I don't know why they don't do that. Am I wrong?
This is the reason why. It's because too many mamas are worried about their sons. Oh, he's gonna get hurt, but then she'll
Yep.
be looking for you. You
They put
know,
my son in to lock him up. He's not listening. Lock him up.
she's gonna either get that or she's gonna be looking for you. That why can't you make any money? And
Yep.
Because
ultimately,
any chance I had, you did not. You discouraged me from.
The son husband dilemma. They gotta make that income, or he's the man of the house. Got to help pay that $3,000 rent, or everybody's out in the street. So he's gonna hustle. And like Charles said before, is either he's gonna listen to the good guy, or he's gonna sling the rock because it's more economically feasible for him to do so.
So
You
hold
know.
on, Charles, you were saying, I wanted him
It
to
would
finish that
appear
thought.
economically feasible, but it's
hold
not.
on, hold on, hold on. See, this is the point. When you get into these positions, you're automatically middle class. And then on top of that, you're also going to be what? In a position of power. When you're in those positions, especially young, starting out in life, you're going to become very influential because now you are a part of a voting block. You're part of a block of people that says, I have some type of authority and say because now my money can go. Yeah, everybody may, all my people who are police may start low, But imagine if you have a bunch of guys at 21 years old, 1,000 or 2,000, 3,000 people making $60,000 each. That's a hell of a voting block,
And I was about to
right?
say, I like to interject. Maybe it's unique in Baltimore, but like for Baltimore to do that, but in New York City, they have a rule that we live in a geographical zone from our employment. So a lot of guys leave New York City after maybe 2 to 3 years, and they go for the suburbs or they go for the rural areas to live. So they can't vote the way they want to when the problems arise as a block. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And then here's the part where I'm going to say this about a lot of black people. There's too many black people who leave money on the table. There's too many black people who leave money on the table. Once again, say it with me, folks. There's too many black people that leave money on the table. That's the first rule of business. You never what? Leave money on the table. And when you have an opportunity, because like Baltimore, like I told you, there are anywhere from 700 to 1,000 people who are under the need for police. Who's better to police your city than you? Anybody?
The
Uh,
National Guard.
not even that, because the
Nah,
National Guard
Being
cannot
no, you
facetious.
don't want
police.
that. Posse comitatus can't do that.
So look,
um,
they can't even legally do it. They can assist police, but they can't police. So that being said, if you have young black men full of vigor, piss, and vinegar, and young dumb made a come, why not? Remember when I told you about how to basically curb the violence and curb the mentality of young men? That's how you do it. But yet, when you have too many young men raised under mama, what happens? You have a lot of young men who have directions and their mama doesn't want them to get positions, not because they are innate, but also because they know if they get in these positions, they're gonna out earn mom and they're gonna have a say.
and now break the son husband dynamic.
And when you have the money and the relationship, now you have the power. And I mean, it's kind of ironic I got He Man in the background, but yes, I have the power. So when you're able to leave mama's home, you no longer are what? Subject to mama's rules, and you can you can dictate life for yourself. Mama can't say, can you get mama a couple of dollars for rent because you gotta pay your own damn rent, nigga. Feel me?
Yeah,
Mama can't
it's
say
about that control.
are you gonna be something of, of a of a man because you're in one of the most manly roles ever been. Mama has to
Was it
respect even
Charles?
even the most hard headed woman has to respect a man who puts his ass on the line.
Because he is likely to slap your ass. You know, you got somebody in the back chat.
Who you got in the back chat?
Namer.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just happened to look up and saw it was a my bad. Okay, so
Say, how you forgetting me? What
because I don't see,
the hell?
wait, listen, where I am, I do not see you guys' names. I see all 6 blocks. I see no names. I just see
Oh,
squares.
okay,
Now
okay.
I see them.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
name
you
Rob
do
Al.
recognize my
Okay.
avatar. You
Right.
do
Well,
recognize my avatar.
I will recognize it now with the double wolves, the yin and the yang. Is
Yeah,
that what that represents? The yin yang?
Yeah, there's a Nordic version of that, but yeah,
Okay.
there's a
I want to say something
Nordic
real
version.
quick. Have you noticed that what I'm talking about is a very important subject matter, right?
Yes.
About Baltimore and policing and how we can fix the crime rate. Notice a year ago I was averaging 150. Now we got what, 20?
And
Yeah,
48 likes.
I don't know if that's from being what do they call that? What do they call that?
Shadow ban.
Shadow ban. I don't know if that's from shadow banning or if it's because you disappeared for a minute while you were training and people just
It's
kind of fell off,
it's
or
shadow banned because if I got 3,500 subscribers, you should at least have 100 people watching, at least. And you're telling
When you
me
get
because
shadow
I'm
banned,
well,
oh
I do
sorry.
better on rewatches.
yeah, I do
I
that.
know
But
some in rewatches, yeah.
I think
Yeah, that
about
could be
this.
the case. Because what time is it over there? First of all, what time
It's
is it over there?
9:47.
On a
Oh,
Sunday.
okay, so
So
on a Sunday,
you,
nobody got
you
work in the
know,
morning, maybe.
no, it's 4th of July weekend. A lot of people are off.
Oh,
So
right.
Yeah, today is the
so,
second.
so you got to think about it, right? And this is what I
Hmm.
what I piss
It's like
about
barbecuing right
YouTube.
now.
This is what I piss about YouTube. When we have important discussions to make a better black man and shit like that, remember, the conversations are not going to be heard as plentiful as we had a conversation of shitting on gynocracy.
Oh yeah.
Well, shall we start talking
Also,
bad about black women
I don't
or
know.
what?
I don't know.
Because
not
guess
That's
right
an
what?
now,
old
but here's
subject.
one thing I gotta
Because
mention.
here's
One
the
thing I got.
problem. The black community is not going to be saved by the gynocracy. The gynocracy is actually the ones who are actually keeping it status quo.
Yeah, keeping afloat.
And here we
So
go. We transitioned.
so why should we even begin to talk about them? Hell, I got
There's
one
no.
more viewer because I mentioned the word gynocracy.
Wow. You know
But
what?
You know what, Charles?
Oh,
gynocracy,
make
No,
ten
gynocracy.
let's
more.
talk about
Charles,
the trade agreements between China
I
and
guess we might as well
Afghanistan.
call it. Charles, I think since like Rob said, it's keeping it afloat. I think we might as well use a DX reference here, refer it to what they called Owen Hart. If you remember that, what they used to call him, a nugget. Nobody remember it? Oh man, you don't remember WWE back in the '90s? Fuck it.
I'm
But
sorry, I stepped away right
I'm
quick.
a WWF guy, man.
Oh, y'all talking
Nugget.
about
how do you guys
wrestling?
not remember when Owen Hart got called a nugget by DX?
Okay,
But
so
but but anyway, what I want to say, what
I'm
I'm
not a
it's important.
nugget.
Thank you, Josh. Oh wait. Josh, Josh. Let me ask you something. Did you ever play WWF Attitude back in the day on PlayStation?
Of course I did. That was my shit.
oh my god.
God damn it, man!
You know
SmackDown
what?
was my shit, but okay. But
Let me ask
what I
you
wanted to
guys a
Two
mention
question.
was the best
because of
one
the
though. That was my favorite. That and No Mercy was my
two
favorite.
was yes, but two, but you can't enjoy two without one. One
That's
set the
right.
blueprint.
All right, let me
Oh
ask
yeah.
you guys a question. So,
All right.
knowing what you know now, you guys,
Mm-hmm.
you're all seasoned cops and everything. Would you join the police force and knowing what you know now? And would you try to bring your friends along with you?
Knowing what I know
Uh,
now, I wouldn't.
That's a
and
ringing
why
endorsement.
is that?
For me, just me personally, it's not even like my issues as an officer wasn't like dealing with people on the street because I love talking to people. I'm a people person. It was really like the internal, the internal of it and the politics of it. It's just, especially being a cop in a democratic city where they want you to give crumpets and tea to every criminal out there. Like I don't believe in that bullshit. So it's just, yeah, just yeah.
Crumpets and tea. So would
Well,
that be
here's
your
my question to
nightstick
you.
and your mace, or your nightstick and your taser?
Oh, none of that. If you look at
Which
somebody
one was
wrong,
named Crumpet? Which one
you're
was
gonna get
named
charged
T?
internally.
No. Which one was Crumpet and which one was T? The nightstick or the taser? Which one was Crumpet and T?
You crazy.
Because I'll give Crumpets and
Just,
T.
I'm sure you would.
I'd even put
Or
tape on
instead of crumpets, you might give them a digestive, or you'll give them a scone.
it. Well, the scone is the gun, so
Yeah. Oh.
they don't
Hey,
want a
Josh, let me ask you
scone.
a question.
But
Yo,
I want you to answer my question though. You all didn't answer my question. Just one person did.
well, I'm not a cop, so I wouldn't know. But
Okay, so
I want to ask Josh this one question though, since he said because of the shit that he's living in a Democratic city. I said, if that were the case, what if it was a Republican city?
Well, I have friends that I worked in the police department with, and they left, like moved out of Baltimore City and became cops
Uh-huh.
elsewhere in like Republican states and cities and stuff. Like I have this one homie
Uh-huh.
that he left Baltimore City and went to Texas. And
Oh,
he's been a cop out there probably about 5-6 years. He says he loved it. They let them do their job out there, and he really feels like a cop. Like out here, you feel like a slave instead of a cop because you're just so
you feel
restricted
like
from
you're
what you could
restrained.
do. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's too much restraint.
Yeah. Okay. You got too many restraints on y'all, but
which
because
leads to the
like I
apathy
remember
and the
like
early retirements and whatnot. What matter of fact, now
or
that I brought
transfers.
the bulk,
Yeah,
okay, the chief of police that stepped down, did he? To me, it
Uh-huh.
looked like he was fired.
he wasn't fired
Or
because
the
he
mayor
was
asked for his
on good
resignation. Or
terms
the
with
mayor
the
asked for his
mayor.
resignation.
That part, I believe that the mayor asked him to resign
For his resignation,
because shit was
he
getting
asked
too
for his
bad.
resignation.
Because yeah, because he was running that department like the Titanic. He was the worst. Like in my opinion, he was the worst commissioner that department's ever seen,
How
or
long
at
was he in
least the
How
office?
worst
many
commissioner that
icebergs
I've
were?
seen
How
when
many
I've been there.
icebergs? How many
How many?
icebergs did they
Mm,
collide with?
He was in office for 4 years, correct? From what I understand, he
who?
was in office for 4 years. How long had
He was in
Brandon
office for
Scott
four
been
years.
mayor?
Yes, yeah.
How long had Brandon Scott been mayor?
He got elected in 2020.
2020. So about a good 3 years. And it sounds to me like, of course, Brandon Scott, it sounds like he took the George Soros money. The way he comes across, the way a lot of these Democratic mayors come across, it sounds like they took some George Soros money in order to
Not
enact
necessarily Soros, but maybe
some of these garbage laws and
lobbying
garbage
money,
policies. So
lobbying money and shit. Yeah.
so how effective can you be as the commissioner when you have your job is
Well,
not a job? It's almost like you're a puppet.
basically that's what it is. They're not signing on to be cops. They're not. The commissioners of Baltimore City. They're not there to be
Uh-huh.
cops. They're there to be politicians. When like after the riots happened and I forgot. I don't know if it was George Floyd or some. No, they're not George Floyd. It was somebody got killed like after Freddie Gray, but it wasn't quite George Floyd yet. But long story short, people was they was protesting and they went up on the I-83. It was like laying down on I-83,
You got
and
ran
I
over.
believe Harrison was. I think Harris was. It was either Harris or somebody else that was in
It was the
office
dude before Harris. You know the
before
dude.
Harris,
It was the
the bald
dude.
guy.
It was the black guy with the bald head who was fucking the mayor. I didn't say that.
Oh yeah. Bats. Anthony
Bats.
Bats. Yeah. Was it Anthony Bats? Something like that. So it's a Bats. So Bats walked up on the 83 and was shaking hands and kissing babies up there. And I'm like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me, yo. And that's
At
it.
that
And matter of fact,
Is this
oh, go
individual
ahead.
batshit crazy? Is that what it is?
Say that again.
Sounding at least.
Is this individual kind that's described as batshit crazy? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's all fucked up, man.
Hey, the name is
And
what?
look, matter of fact,
Baptism?
I
Based?
just to give y'all a crazy, just a real story, real quick. Before
Uh-huh.
the day that the riots popped up, Charles, I don't know if you was in the auditorium that day, but they made us go to like we had to go report to the auditorium at headquarters to be briefed before we went out, and that's was like trying to give this hoorah speech before we fucking go out or whatever, and he's like, but he gives a total opposite of what he should have said, and he goes, "Oh, you're not gonna wear your gloves, you're not gonna wear your shades, you're not gonna swing your batons and look badass. You're gonna stand there. You're gonna look presentable for those cameras." And I'm like, I never forget. I said to the person next to me, I go, "How the hell we gonna stand there and look presentable when we're gonna have fucking Molotovs and bricks and rocks and shit thrown at our head?" I'm like, "That's gonna be fun."
Do you remember that officer that had on the lime green polka dot suit with the pink bow tie?
What?
That was Charles. He was there.
It better not have been Charles.
I'm just trying to bring a little humor to the conversation.
Well, we
I'm
damn
about to
sure.
say,
Okay,
We damn sure.
now I
I'm
We
about to
damn
say
gotta
sure
because
get
we
know.
do
together with
look
my curse words now.
there was an officer that used to wear crazy ass suits. That was Mad Dog, wasn't it, Charles?
Mad Dog had some fly ass suits, but he wasn't Haitian.
With the Hulk Hogan mustache. He was a white dude too.
Well, see, here's the problem with a lot of this shit
What
is
in
that
a leprechaun bending over, bending she
no,
over and making a
he
whale
wouldn't
like
wear
no
green
other business?
suits. He
Say
wouldn't
what?
wear green suits, but all his suits would be tailored.
Okay.
And
Okay.
here's the problem with a lot of it. You have too many police chiefs or commissioners, it's the same damn rank, that they would actually try to politic and shake hands with a bunch of fucking people causing fucking shit in the populace. That's not a good look for your rank and file, because your rank and file expects you to be fair and they expect you to be orderly and adhere to law, but the rank and file also expects you to represent them. So, in other words, nobody will blame a cop for doing something fucked up or dirty. No cop will stand for that who's worth for shit. But if you're trying to please the populace by sacrificial lambing a cop who you should have backed and he was doing the due diligence of his job, the department will turn on you.
Hence hence a lot of hence a lot of cops quitting the force in early retirements.
For departments.
Yeah.
Well, one, a lot of cops who were eligible, for example, when I signed up for the BPD, my retirement, I wish people stop using police force. Nobody uses that. It's police department. It's a department of the city. Um, a lot of cops who were police officers were ineligible for 20-year retirement because they said, oh, our retirement's 25. So instead of keeping your end of the bargain, because when I sworn in, it was 20-year retirement. Now you're trying to say 25. I got to stay 5 years longer than planned, because a lot of people actually plan their careers according to their retirement. So now you made a lot of cops who would have stayed willingly 20, 30 years. As soon as they're 25 is eligible, they said, fuck it, I'm out. Or if they get injured, fuck it, I'm out. So you're making a
That's
lot of
discouraging
enemies.
indeed.
You're making a lot of enemies when not needed. Boiling Blood said, Faulkner, is it true that police forces, remember police departments, are declining while the demand for armed security is increasing in the United States? Yes. Armed security and executive protection and PSD, personal detail security, which is like the high risk security when you're in foreign countries, are increasing because it's a need for trained personnel. Think about it. If you did military service and policing for 20 years, who's better to hire for my executive protection or my personal security in a high risk situation? These guys are seasoned veterans. So the prediction is if it's 40,000,
Oh,
42,000 to 50,000, excuse me, 42 billion to 50 billion last year. It's supposed to either double or quadruple in the next year because you're not having enough people in police, so it's going to quadruple. That's why, if you're smart, when you're 18, most of your places when you need a permit to carry for work are 18, like in Maryland. You can have a gun permit to work in Maryland at 18. If you get the training, think about it. If somebody went to the high schools and said you could do personal security at 18 years old, train you up with a guy with experience like me, Josh, or Rob, you get certified and qualified to do firearms training. You get that kid a job, he could start out at 20, 30, 20, 25, $30 an hour. What is your crime? What happens to your crime?
Excuse me.
It goes in the shitter. But nobody, it seems like nobody likes to figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Simple answers always have the biggest, you know, have the biggest resistance. Like, share, subscribe. Please donate. You're getting all this good game for prior service military, prior service police, or current police. Please hit the Cash App. I need to supply my cigars and liquor fund for BlairCon when I'm the director of security of such.
Excuse me.
But go ahead, Josh.
Charles, let me ask you a question. Oh, go ahead.
You know what? Before you go ahead, you know what? I meant to pay you for the last time you were on the channel.
I appreciate it. That's why I'm your official, unofficial co-host.
Yeah, let me find you in here.
So that's the
So
Cash
is
App.
Bitter the only dude from Cleveland that you cool with Charles?
Well, you got to understand, me and Bitter are cut from the same cloth, even though we took different avenues for employment. Because we grew up with being in the Black Power, program. And a lot of the stuff that we see, Bitter will tell you, disgust us. When the shit that Dr. Umar said disgust us because that's not what Black Power, Black consciousness. God damn, bless you, man.
Oh, no problem, man. That's the beauty of. Look, trust me, retirement has been good to me.
Obviously so. If you blessing me like that, it's been damn good to you.
Man, you ain't shit.
And I'm gonna tell you, a guy like Bay, because remember, me and Bay probably met and never seen each other. Because when the Million Man March happened, I was in the 8th grade. I was in a Catholic school that was a Black Catholic school, but we went to the Million. It was requirement for all the boys to go to the Million Man March in D.C. And a lot of these so-called pro-Black phonies cannot go that deep. It was required reading to read the ISIS papers and the rise and fall of Black civilization and the miseducation of the Negro. Am I lying, Bay?
You know what? Do understand? I was in my 20s. In '94, I was 23.
In 94, I was 12.
Yeah,
so
see,
you got to
I was
understand
already
something.
graduated. I know nothing about that, but I know that we sold those books.
Exactly. So basically, even though I'm a decade or so younger than Bay, we were in the same communities. We were taught by the same people. It may be for me, high school or middle school, and him for college, and for me, high school, and him college, but it's the same communities. So anything that I say that's so-called pro-Black from yesteryear, a lot of guys like Dave would have fucking said, no, you're wrong. You're a phony. But notice he hasn't said that. So a lot of times shout out to LAPD SWAT again. God damn, man. Y'all blessing a brother. Overseas contracts are a good deal. I did one back in the 90s, 4 years total with DOD and SBI clearance. Hidden gem.
Oh, he got
You know what?
Hey.
You gotta, you know what, LAPD SWAT, you and I are going to have to link up one day, and we're going to have to teach these young boys how to do it and how to get it.
I'm willing.
I'm sorry, Department of Defense and
And what's the?
Special.
I'm trying to think. What's the SPI LAPD SWAT? If you could put it in the chat.
In the meantime, Josh, I've been meaning to ask you this question. Josh,
What's up, bro?
all right, you talked about how many times you see Faulkner fuck a dude up, like break an arm or knock a dude
Yeah.
out. Now,
Okay.
Charles is a wrestler, right? How many times
Mm-hmm.
has this motherfucker suplexed the shit out of somebody like he was like he was Scott fucking Steiner?
You mean
That's
as
what
a
I
cop
want to know.
or just in his personal life?
Yeah, because I
Just
was
as
about
a
to
cop,
say,
Okay, just as a
yeah,
cop. Okay. You gotta be clear with Charles, because
somebody
Charles.
got somebody.
Charles, look,
I'm saying
Charles suplexes women in his bedroom for dominance. Your ass never wash them fucking dishes.
somebody.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
Well, one, they like it, and two, LAPD SWAT's a special background ground clearance. And I'm gonna hit my email. It's in the chat because I got to talk to LAPD SWAT. And if you hit my email, I'll send you my personal number. We gotta chat. We gotta chat it up because there's a lot of guys. I'm trying to set a program. See, this is another thing I'm doing. I'm already graduate. I'm an honors graduate from Security International, which is one of the perennial um, perennial schools for executive protection and corporate security management and PSD. I'm trying to go to
Mhm.
Israeli tactical next year so I could be qualified to not only teach PSD, executive protection, shoot house, but also SWAT tactics. So definitely
Oh
a
wow.
guy like LAPD SWAT 1, you're going to be needed. And he also said polygraph, full
Um,
family investigation, top secret. Shout out to Lewis Collier. I'm glad people are actually, you know what? I used to be upset about not having the people, but guess what? All I need is a few good people to donate and say that all the information I'm giving is needed. And like Josh should tell you, there's a lot of good cops who were injured. You had during the Freddie Gray riots, you had over 120 officers injured, not one
yeah,
civilian shot by a fucking cop. So what the fuck does that tell you? But go ahead,
exactly.
fella. Say
Took a
the
lot of
number.
restraint.
Oh, a lot of restraint.
exercise a lot of restraint, but how? Wait, 120 cops got injured in the riots, and you
Yeah,
guys were not well equipped for this shit. I tell you.
we didn't even have the proper gear. All we had was helmets because, little fun fact, when the Ferguson shooting happened a couple of months prior to that, they sent
Yeah.
the mayor at the time, Stephanie Rollins Blake, sent our equipment to them, so we had
Uh,
nothing.
shit.
I want you to think
Man,
about this,
I'm just
right?
glad
I want you to think about this.
I'm a,
This was during the time when
Mhm.
other things happened, when all these riots were happening around the country. You would think a police commissioner or police chief would say, hey, we need riot training, we need riot gear, we need shields that will actually stand against rocks and bricks being thrown against us. They did absolutely fucking nothing. And you had 120 officers hurt. You had one officer who had a cracked cranium, a cracked skull fracture,
um,
and was fighting for his life for a minute.
He was critical condition. He was
Yeah,
in critical
and
condition.
luckily he survived.
Thank God.
And they did nothing. They didn't give the prop. If they would have gave him proper helmets and all that, he would never have suffered that injury in the first place.
I remember was it
Yeah,
like like you got riots going on in France right now, but I remember was it like 1998 was the last time you had a cop
Yeah.
killed, and that was during the World Cup. He got a there's a bunch of this is when they were trying to
Yeah.
clamp down on soccer hooligans and such, and this French cop was like he was separated from the rest of the unit. No, shit happened, and he ends up getting beaten, and he suffered like severe head injuries, and he succumbed to his injuries eventually. Because head injuries are that like what you said about one of the 120 that got injured in the Freddie Gray riots. Because like that person, I mean, I'm sure the police funds, retirement funds are well funded, but has that cop fully recovered or what? What's his state right now?
To my knowledge, I don't think he fully recovered. If I remember correctly, he ended up getting 66 and 2/3. Long story short, medical retirement, and a couple officers ended up getting medical retirements from the riots happening. A lot of people tried to get it and failed because, but a lot of people was like really mentally scarred after that, and a lot of officers, it was so
Cop
bad that
PTSD.
yeah, it was so bad after the fact that it was just, especially in the Western District, a lot of officers were just flat out quitting. Like they would just show up to the district and just be like, I quit, just turn their stuff in and just go home.
Because they realize eventually this shit's gonna take a toll on their minds, and it's either they leave now or let it destroy them completely, and then the next thing you know, you hear about somebody ate his weapon and shit.
And it's crazy too because around that time, like post riot, it was like they were so short in the Western District, and they was making them exclusively ride around with partners because of that's where the incident originally happened. And I
Hmm.
guess every district they had asked if they had asked for like a volunteer, like anybody wanted to be in the Western District over the summer or whatever. And I requested to go because one, I hated the Central and my supervisor, and two, I just wanted to go over there because I just knew that they needed help. Like I knew that everybody, I just had in my mind, I'm like, okay, I know everybody didn't quit, but I know at least they need a helping hand. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they deserve to go home in one piece too. Just because people leave and they still deserve backup. So I mean, when I went over there, I barely wrote any reports. It was just everything was a fight. You go and pull somebody over. Next thing you know, you get into a fight because a nigga saw you and they just challenge you just because you got a uniform on. They pissed off at the uniform. They don't even know who you are.
Look at this way,
But
Josh.
literally,
It's like what Samuel L. Jackson said in Shaft. I mean, if you remember that scene with him and Richard Roundtree at the park,
hmm
and they're sitting on the park bench, and you remember what he said? He said, "Too black for the badge, too blue for the hood." That is the dilemma of black police officers. And as
yeah,
much as and that is the one thing. That's one thing that needs to be addressed when you want to convince young black men to join law enforcement. They have to deal with that thing right then and there.
right,
Because remember, take a look this way. Look at it this way. If you got Latinos who are part of the units, those who are patrolling the borders, most Hispanics when I see them, what's the term they got for them? Traitors. Black cops are seen as traitors
yeah.
to black civilians in a sense. Even though you guys aren't you're trying to do the right thing.
Please show me
I know I'm not saying
black
it's
people.
not the same.
Wait, wait.
I'm just showing the parallel.
No, I'm
I'm
saying,
showing
but
the parallels
my
here.
thing,
That's all.
listen, my thing is this. Show me
Uh-huh.
the people who are calling me a traitor that's got a job lined up for me with the pay and benefits equal to that job.
Exactly.
Thanks.
You don't have one?
Thanks.
Then here, put on this lip gloss, bro.
And it's crazy. It's crazy you
Oh,
said
it
that
better
too
be.
because when the riots popped off, they sent on the second day, they sent me to Pennsy and North, right?
Uh-huh.
That's when all like the news shit happened when like Anderson
Okay.
Cooper was up there and Geraldo almost got his ass whooped and everything. I was there for all of that. So long story short, they had me up there
When
standing
did he
with
not
the
got his ass whooped?
no, he didn't get his ass whooped, but he was about to. So basically like he
Yeah,
had
but when
walked up
does he
there, they
not get
was
his ass whooped or damn near get his ass whooped?
yeah, that's a fact though. That's a fact. But yeah, but they had us up there like all day long. Like I couldn't like I'm like, long story short, I was there. I couldn't tell you how many times I got called a fucking coon and all types of shit, sell out, all of that. That's it, like the same shit over and over and over while getting bricks and Molotovs thrown at you.
Who's the real coon?
I mean,
The
it is
person
just something that
out here causing civil disruption, or the person that's trying to keep you from causing real damage to property that will result in you getting locked up and jail time and fines and whatnot. Who's the real coon? And I understand that.
I gotta ask a question.
Hold on. I understand that we as Black people, collectively don't own anything. I understand all that. I understand all that. But tearing down the designated areas where they make you protest at is not doing you any favors. Take a look at all of the areas where they had these little Black Lives Matter protests and whatnot. Look at the destruction that was left and nobody cleaned it up. You have businesses that have shut down. I have said, and this is just doing the global economist stuff, that when a fast food restaurant closes, on average, 14 people have lost their job. That's 7 per shift. 14 people have lost their jobs. So if you destroy, let's say you destroy 10 restaurants that never, or 10 businesses that never come back. Okay, so let's say you've caused 14 people times, let's say 10, their jobs. Who's the real coon in this situation?
40 people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
By the way,
did I slap somebody?
as an outsider,
I hit y'all with a dose of reality.
And see, that's the problem with it. It goes
no, that's
by.
not that.
That's the problem with it goes by.
Oh, sorry.
Is because number one, look what it happens. See, a real coon. See, let's break down coon real quick, Big, because you've been in the conscious community longer than Captain Crunch been a colonel. So, a coon is somebody who will work against the better. What's the word I'm looking for?
Of their people.
The betterment of their people. See, a coon is not the black police officer who comes protect their people. The coon is not the guy who goes to college. The coon is the person who holds their community under terrorist threat of gangs and violence, like the dumb motherfuckers who shot up 30 people in fucking Baltimore. That's a coon. You're terrorizing your own fucking people, but you will be bitch made to do it against another race of men. And still, if you do this against another race of people who cause you no harm, you're still a fucking asshole and a coon, because now you're putting more heat on the people, your people, because of your stupid actions. There was no need to go and do an act of war or terrorism against people that didn't bother you. Am I making sense, or am I making sense?
No, you're making 100% sense. Just like the boy.
Hey, I'll give you an example if you want.
Hold on. Was it the 17-year-old that got shot in Baltimore? The 7-year-old kid, 17 years old. The cop, it was a B cop. He happened to see that the kid was packing a gun. He stopped to talk to the kid, but the kid took off running, pulled the gun out running, and the cop shot him in hot pursuit. The mother of the boy said, I have no control over what he does when he leaves. No, she said, I have no control over him at all. What y'all want me to do? What you expect me to do? It's like, who's the coon? The cop that wound up shooting the kid who was armed and dangerous and fleeing from the cops,
hold
or
on.
his mama?
Hold on, Beck. How old are you, Rob?
20.
How old are you, Mello?
19.
If you thought about doing something that's stupid or illegal without a damn good reason, what would I do? No, say it with your mouth and say it loud.
Fuck this up.
No, they can't hear you.
I ain't hear loud. Man, get fucked up.
You're fucked up.
Get fucked up.
You get fucked up, so he won't even spit on it, huh? He won't kiss you. He won't give you like a sandwich or nothing. It's just bite this headboard, nigga.
I would fuck him up.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound sexual.
What
I
happened?
meant like a whooping.
What happened? What happened when you told
Should
your
have told him
mother,
to bite the
Coach?
curve then, May.
Hold on, Namer. What
Well,
happened when you
curb
told
biting is
Coach?
killing.
What happened when you told Coach hit me? What did your mother and your grandmother do?
What did you do?
Laughed
I
at
did
you.
ask.
They
were
laughed
what?
at you.
They
and
laughed
said,
at like,
he ought to
man,
hit you the fuck again, right?
What you talking about?
When you and Dre were fighting, and I told y'all take it outside.
Oh yeah. But it was more so like a damn, like that shit. It's crazy.
y'all are lucky.
He called his mother, yo, Coach hit me into the linen closet. And his mother and grandmother laughed and said he ought to do it again.
When we used to fight, they used to make us hug. They
Guess
used to
what?
stand there in the middle of the
What did I tell y'all?
They'll make us hug.
Hey, Mello, what would you say if your parents said, yo, Coach hit me because I was doing something I wasn't supposed to do?
Blood boiling the 17-year-old.
Say so they can hear you.
That's what the fuck you get. Stop doing stupid shit.
Exactly. You got to understand something. I'm certifying 18, 19, 20, and 21-year-olds with firearms. And I'm giving them opportunities like BlurCon coming this weekend to work and get some major experience under their belt. Like I already have a protocol for active shooter. If you see me with a book bag, I'm not having liquor in it. It's going to be an SPR. So you got to understand something. We can have fun, we can joke, but when lives on the line, we can't do that shit. Am I right or am I right?
Right.
So
keep your mind off the scared ass. Stay focused on the job.
If you think I'm hard, go to a military in the fucking Hispanic community, the Middle East, or in Africa. They will whoop your ass.
They fuck you up.
Go
they
ahead.
would
I'm
fuck.
glad you're
They
there,
come where I'm from.
I'm glad you're there, neighbor. Tell people where you're from.
I'm from the state of Eritrea, that little country that's between Ethiopia and the Red Sea. Every single one of us, millennials onwards, actually first, second half Gen Xers, since 94, 18 and above, we've all been called to do national service, men and women. We still carry that military tradition. Of course, shit got fucked up in the process, that political nonsense. I don't want to go there right now. And plus, we've all seen war. My generation, we've seen war. The 98, 2000 border conflict in particular. And of course, there's some of us in our 30s who are taking.
That's the one thing I preach about Namer. We may be from across the pond from each other, but we seen war the same generation. Namer's only like how many months younger?
5, September 1.
So
exactly 5 months after.
So when you were overseas,
September 1st.
So when you
he'll be 41 September 1st. I'm 41 April 1st. We literally seen conflict in the same generation at damn near the same time.
So he knows tea and crumpets.
With us, it's not tea and crumpets. It's bread and tea in our case. But we don't. With police officers,
you know bread and tea. You know.
Yeah, but bread
and tea very well.
Yeah, but
shout out to my.
Yeah, but we don't. You don't fuck around with cops. We know not to fuck with cops.
Shout out to Aqua Dragon. Another.
We understand that when we come. Huh? Come again?
I'm gonna just say this to salute the Aqua Dragon 88, another Baltimorean brother. He says, "For the cause, big bro, Baltimore stand up." Woo!
Thank you.
Because Baltimore,
I'll tell you
because that's some tragic shit. Now, yo, Padawan, this is tragic compared to that fucking submarine shit. This is tragic. Them people.
Shit, you want to see tragic?
Them people who went to that fucking block party, did not expect this stupid shit to happen. Go ahead, Namer. I'm sorry.
Man, I'll tell you, when we were in the when we did our national service, the drill sergeants, some of them were veterans from the old Independence War, some a bit younger. They would use shaming tactics on us because they'd be telling us, "You see this stuff that you're training with? Understand that all this came at the cost of our comrades who died for this country to be free. It's your obligation. It's your duty to preserve that freedom. You are the first and last line of defense. Do not forget that. You are carrying on a tradition, and you're going to pass that on to your children. The blood, because people have sacrificed far too much for this.
And
Secondly,
I'm glad you mentioned that because a lot of people lost what it meant to be a man and the blood that was shed. See, people forget when
man,
when you have the
you don't get me emotional about this,
you know
but I can tell you,
when you have the green the the red, green and black flag, people forget the red means blood.
uh,
People forget that blood of the African race, regardless of what the
mhm,
fuck you think. Yes, my nationality is American, his is Eritrean, but the blood that Africans shed all across this world for freedom, it doesn't look any different, does it, Namer? But continue, please. I'm sorry.
hell no, hell no. I mean, you look at our flag, man. That the red is for the blood of the martyrs. The green is for the grass. The blue is for the Red Sea. The yellow olive branch is like a symbol of peace. It's also a pagan belief system from our ancient past as well. For instance. But I'm just thinking, like, how many homes, how many people's homes I've visited, or whenever I'm over to, or how many people's homes I visit sometimes. And you will, instead of having like in the Middle East, if you lost a loved one in a particular conflict,
Dude.
you would see the pictures of them, right?
Right. I must be talking some real
Among
shit.
my people, yeah. But
This
in
Star.
Eritrea, you would sometimes see the certificates
That's from Start.
and the picture. You'd see the. You want me to start from the beginning? Should I start from the beginning?
Yes, you could.
Well, like I said, like in if you go to certain homes of an Eritreans, you might see a picture of the loss of somebody who died in any of the wars. It could be a son or a daughter. Or you would definitely see a picture frame of the certificate of that martyr. That picture in the certificate usually has a picture of that person in the military uniform, mentions the date and place of birth as well as date and place where they were killed.
Wow.
I remember my uncle, one of my uncles who's a veteran from the Independence War. He has the certificates of like his wife's family. His wife lost like their father and three of their siblings. His wife and her sister, who are also veterans, they're the ones who survived. And that aunt and my aunt, my uncle's sister-in-law is an aunt I'm very close to. She's kind of like a second mother to me in a way. Very protective of me. She's just as protective of me, just like my maternal aunts are. And I never ask them questions about what happened to that person because I know it's not my place to ask that question. But there is one uncle on my dad's side, on one of his paternal cousins. I go to his house. He's got the martyr certificate of his late brother in his house. His wife is also a veteran. They waited until after independence to have their kids. So they wait. So a lot of people in the independence war, they met their spouses. Some had their first children. Others they postponed having children until after until independence came. So some waited until like late 30s, early 40s to have their first child. But when I went to this uncle's house, he told me about that late uncle of mine, how he died, how he got killed, and I never forgot that because although I asked him certain questions, some questions he was not ready to tell me yet until it was my time to learn. And when it was my time to go and enlist straight out of high school, like everybody else, that's when they sat me down and we talked about this. So that I understand what to expect, what to be prepared for. Hell, I mean, I want to talk. When I think about loss, I think about and this is a personal for my great grandfather, because he fought in Libya. This is in the 1930s when Eritrea was still an Italian colony. And if anybody's ever seen the movie Lion of the Desert with Anthony Quinn, when he talks about the Libyan uprising by Omar Mukhtar, a lot of people don't know that when Italy was crushing that rebellion, they had to bring in African soldiers from their colonies in southern Somalia and Eritrea to crush that.
That's crazy. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut
This
you
is
off, but
from 30.
I gotta go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta go because I mean I was already feeling sick, but I toughed it out. But it's starting to catch up to me harder. So,
Well,
All right.
you
Hey,
always
get well soon.
get well, babe. We always appreciate you here, and like everybody says, if you don't, you either die the hero, or you live long enough to be the villain.
right.
Woo!
So for those of you who are watching on my channel, Charles's link is in the description box. You guys can watch the beginning and I guess the rest of the conversation there. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna do the epic economist videos, and then we are out of here. But you
And
guys be safe.
and if you got a chance, please post your link to the channel for your villainy channel, so we can get that up. And I
Okay.
appreciate you always, babe. Thank you for giving us a point of view that only somebody from the real pro-black community can understand. You get well, brother. And by the way, we've been here for
As we say.
anybody want to give their last thoughts? We're gonna start with.
I'm sorry. I hope y'all didn't hear that.
We're good. We're
Yeah,
good.
that just came up. All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, bro.
Yeah.
We've been here.
I wanted to address LAPD squad if that's possible. Is he in LA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. There is a large Eritrean community down there, and there's also a large Ethiopian one there. So you got a lot of East Africans down there. I hope LAPD squad got to know some of the folks there. Maybe he might learn some Tigrinya among them.
Oh yeah. We're gonna do
Having good relationships. Having good relationship with them with folks is good because they're very hospitable. Oh, yeah. Dallas, Fort Worth area. Yeah, you got plenty there as well. In fact, I got folks in that area too. But anyway, Charles, thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate it. And though I've been talking too much, but first of all, as always, nigga, you ain't shit, and God bless you for it.
I never
Josh,
claimed
good seeing you, man.
I never claimed to be.
Hey,
Raise a glass
good seeing you
of
too,
cognac
bro.
while you're at it.
And
Hey,
Josh,
don't forget how I say your name. How's your name pronounced in my mother tongue?
what's that?
I'm talking about Josh.
Shit, I forgot. Yeah, shit, I remember,
Josh,
but I
what?
forgot what it was exactly, yo.
It's Iyasu, EYUS. Hold on, let me spell it for you. Let me just type it in the back chat for you. Son. It's pronounced Iyasu, so it's like.
I mean, it's a very biblical name. So hey, there's many different ways to pronounce it.
You got Ethiopian emperors who were named Iyasu.
Yeah. And Josh, would you like to end us off with your words?
Smoke weed every day. No, I'm
You
playing.
ain't shit, nigga. With that being said, everybody,
No,
thank
no.
you.
Put down the bomb, pick up a bomb. You know what I'm saying? Pick up the
That's right.
bomb.
With that, thank you for everybody listening in. I'm gonna give y'all the three salute. We're gonna start with my man from the '80s, He-Man, and all the way down to Ric Flair and Bria Miles.
By the power of Grayskull.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean.